Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for February 19th, 2023. I'm delighted to be your host. I'm Mark Anderson, along with Alex Squirk and many knowledge seekers from around this planet. Well, yes, we are moving into the one planet race, and this technology will help it to happen. And that's why it's being delivered, I think, by Mr. Keshe, because we're moving forward on this one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. And I think that's what the majority would like, and even the minority would like, that they can get out of their rut and ending all these wars and killings. And of course, it's not only for the other human beings, it's for all the people on this planet. I know with this new language, we refer to people as also vertical people. And those are the trees and the plants and the bushes and the shrubs and the lawn you have around your facility, as well as the horizontal people, which are the ones that may walk on 2 legs or 4 legs usually, and they move in a horizontal manner. But because they have a soul, they have intelligence, they have emotions, and they can reproduce, we're considering them people. And I guess even entities or fields that don't yet have that are also considered to be there at the right point in time of where they are, because the whole structure dictated that they would be at that position. So even though they haven't made it to perhaps a plasma or a soul level yet, we still don't want to disturb them. We want to have peace with all beings, starting with ourselves, I think, and then it'll manifest out. We had a beautiful session dining with the Creator. And of course, the Creator is your own soul. We're learning things that we've most likely forgotten: how to feed ourselves, how to communicate with each other without speaking, even listening without hearing, tapping into energy, knowledge sources in the universe. So Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, we really, really need to know what we're doing in this sort of moving into the space dimension, which will come a little bit later. But one miscalculation, one mistake, your soul can actually dissolve into nothingness, as I understand it, as I heard the 473 teaching. So we don't want to leave it to guesswork, and we want to know what we're doing as we move into this new dimension, where we'll be able to transit or move between the physicality and the dimension of energy, or the universal dimension. And of course, there's many dimensions. We're only really aware of 2, but I think there are many more dimensions in the universe, and we'll be taught and led into that direction by a master named Mr. Keshe. So we're very fortunate to have, again, a captain of the team that has coached many teams and has brought many civilizations out into the universe to interact with the larger family, which has always been our family. Now that we understand it more, they're from the same Creator as you are. We just don't yet fully understand the Creator or the process of creation, but we're working on it slowly, step by step. We're all being brought along in this knowledge, and some are achieving it sooner than others. Others are a little slower, which is no problem. Everybody moves at their own level. So it's a beautiful understanding. It's something we've never really considered. We were all so connected to the matter state, and we still are. We probably will be, because we have a mission to perform in the universe. So we're also going to manifest ourselves in different shapes and positions and deliver this knowledge across the universe. I'm hoping, if we can have time. And Alex, did you want to bring that into your presentation? This, if people would like to share their experience of what happened earlier today to them, if anything, always something happens. And as Mr. Keshe said, you may make some observations, or how did you want to proceed with that? Shall we save it for a little bit later, and let's go through some clips as we normally do?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Alex. All right. Anyone have anything other than something that has happened to you earlier today that you'd like to share? Just save that, and in a bit we'll be getting to it within the hour. Again, in the last 12 days or so, we've had so much knowledge shared with us between the 471 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the 472, which was a blueprint day on Monday, February 13th. You'll find that. And this is where Mr. Keshe is showing some new technologies. We've been talking about them for a long, long time. And now they're being showed. And apparently there'll be another blueprint day in a week or two with some other new technologies. And he said, if we ever knew what was going on in the lab, it's beyond our own imagination of the technologies that are being developed by the team at this moment. And of course, we had the 473, which I think we'll start with today. But again, we encourage all of you to review these and re-review them, because every time you've gained a little bit of knowledge, things seem to be read by you or listened to you by in a different way, because your knowledge has been extended. And so other things mean other things now. And again, this is a journey, an endless journey of the process of creation. So we don't have it all, but we're approaching a small bit of it, and that seed will grow over time in all of us. And as we take this message across the universe, you'll be traveling with the Creator, you as a messenger, and also have a full understanding of the message and how to treat it, or teach it, excuse me. And that's where, so I thought we would go to the 473. And Mr. Keshe was, this is not the one, I don't think. He was very pleased with the progress that's happening with these two boys. And let me just see exactly the spot that I wanted. We call them the two brothers. Yeah, it's a little bit further on in this workshop. This is another spot we're going to play. So let me just zero in on this, if I can. There we go. And of course, the Keshe Foundation, in providing the technology to the medical doctors who are approaching 100 cases of Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, fibromyalgia, epilepsy, and some others. There's also these two young boys, who have a psychogenetic problem. Mr. Keshe will be writing a paper on that in the upcoming period, as well as on the soul, and as well as living in space. But there's been some fantastic, I know he said it'd take about a year, but already they're starting to see the results. And one of the results that I picked up on was apparently they came back to the, I'm not sure if they were in the center or Mr. Keshe was in the doctor's facilities, but the lady had bent down, as she usually does, to carry her son. The older one is in a wheelchair. The younger one will progress into a wheelchair unless something changes. But she bent down to put him on her back. We call that piggyback. I think Mr. Keshe said knapsacked him. And anyway, he asked, why are you doing this? And normally when she has her child hang on to her, the legs just dangle as strings because there's no control of them. There's no muscle control. And what happened this time was that the legs wrapped around the belly of the mother and interlocked. And I guess she showed Mr. Keshe, and again, it's just so phenomenal and elevating to her and touching to her and humbling to her as well as Mr. Keshe. So let's hear that little clip. I think it's a beautiful clip about what's going to happen. And of course, through doctors and other means, we're just technology providers. We're not medical doctors. They'll be using the technology. And as it moves along, maybe that part of it will change too, once it's more accepted and people realize that we can do much of this ourselves. We become our own doctors over time. But again, this knowledge has to be sort of relearned. As we've heard in the past, we used to be able to grow our own limbs, as we see with the lizard, or many other things that we talk about. The zero-time communication, all the hardware is there in the back of your brain and so on. We just have to reconnect it and try to remember the capabilities that we have, what he calls our man's beauty and grace, which, since we've moved so much into the physicality, we've forgotten a lot of this. But now we're being retrained, and that's what happened today. And it'll happen in other instances too, as we start to move with this head unit into the energy and the feeding, transportation, transmutation, and communication line. So there's a lot that we have within us, as he's often quoted as, I made the man in the image of myself. So you are complete. It's just that we forgot to use or some of the parts that we're capable of doing. And again, being so long in the matter state and having so many ancestors, RNA and so on within us, our brain, our monkey brain, continues to tell us that this is not possible. This is a magic show, but it's not magic. It's science. And worldwide, it's science in exchange for peace. So let's hear this beautiful little clip.
Yesterday afternoon, I had the greatest pleasure to meet the two brothers for the first time, second time, or for the first time since they started the process with our doctors. And I had the two brothers in Lynn Center with the parents, and the mother was so touched, so moved, that before January, before our doctors started the process with them, both boys were sentenced to death. As we all know, genetic defect. There is examples of it. And she kneeled on the ground in the offices of the Lynns, and she asked her son, can you move your legs? We saw the boy in a wheelchair. And the boy started putting one leg forward, out of the hand, back on the chair, one leg up, one leg down. And she said, before Christmas, she could not do anything. And where she kneeled on the ground, backpacking him on her back. And I was wondering, why is she doing that? And she said, look, now he can bring his legs and lock in front. Before Christmas, they were dangling like two pieces of meat. He says, this is the knowledge. And this is how the new technology is interacting. She says, since Christmas, we have seen reversal of what we saw, that the boys will die. Now we are getting our children back. We didn't do anything. We just released the energy of the plasma for the soul to befit the pain of the grandfather. That's all we did. When I saw the boy being cuddled by the mother, wants to show that he can take steps again, it touches you. When you see the mother can hold the child again with the hope that I'm not going to lose it, it brings a lot of knowledge, a lot of emotion. Then how much we can give back to many parents like this. People living in pain for years and years, and now they can live without it. We see this now every day with the work of our doctors. You can't put a price on it. How much would you pay? How much a doctor will ask? Our doctors, the only thing they give is love and care. You should see the doctors we deal with in Keshe Foundation. They're devoted to serve. The day that they see the change. And would they charge $1 million for giving a child back? Or would they do it that will come in time to cover everything which needs it? We receive the blessing of the soul in different ways when it comes to the people who receive it and the people who give it. You can't price it. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. And depends on what the doctors will do. What I see in the near future, when we can extend the totality of the knowledge, it should be a standard fee accepted by like insurance companies and the governments as part of the feeding program. Now you go to a supermarket, you buy a banana and food and whatever for a whole week. And you go to the government, they give you a coupon because you have no income, but you can shop. The governments or you yourself buy coupons for your energy and your whatever else, given by the structure of the governing of this planet. Does not matter if you're black, white, you're in Africa, you're in a disaster zone, or you live in palaces. Very soon, in the upcoming years, nowadays, those are vegetarians, they look at those who eat meat, frown at them, oh, you're killing an animal, even though they're killing themselves more. Will come the plasmatic food, what we call plasmatic energy, that man will frown on those who kill to eat. And energy has become the commodity, be it as oil, as food, as medicine. What we see now in the process of the development, one single system used in appropriate way for different application can give you everything. This planet needs one central system of feeding. What the planet itself and its soul missed and led man to creation, we can create a secondary system, which the basis of it now are in Austria. The beginning of that system has already taken shape. The seed has been sown. That one system will feed all of us. Feed our emotion, that we don't commit suicide, we don't do crime. Feed our physical need on a daily basis. This is not any more dream, it's already there. We use the same system in a different way for you, and you touch the soul of your prophet. We use the same system last time for another purpose, for you to understand your travel capabilities. And we use the same system on Sunday in a different strength for you to feed your soul. This will bring a new game into play. Would the systems which will create, be it robots, would have emotion from now on? True emotion, true soul. And would they become humane? And then in the near future, as we see the robotic growing in Far East, in Japan and in Korea and the rest, would our robots will be given a brain cell, the same as all of us, that they carry emotion. It's not just, how can I serve you? Would you like water? It will be with the how can I serve you? Would you like water? With emotion, where that emotion brings peace to the man who receives it. We're not very far, because we have created a system which have a soul. All these headphones you buy, all these energy systems which start coming out of the Keshe Foundation, carry a soul with them. You will understand how we reach you. Yesterday, for the first time, we tested the effect of the headphones, which you seen displayed on Monday.
Beautiful sharing by Mr. Keshe, as always. But one of the main things that I picked up from this, and from also the Parkinson's and Alzheimer's can be reversed, was, and the orphanage too, was that the dignity of the person was returned to them, where the man with Parkinson's had to be lifted out of the bed, put on the toilet, taken out of the toilet, put back on the chair, and back to wherever. So this whole idea of loss of dignity with these diseases, not only are they balancing out or processing the conditions, but they're returning a beautiful position of dignity. That they have the right to live as everyone else lives, regardless of what their ancestors may have created in the emotional end of it. But this returning of dignity to the people that are processed, I think that's a beautiful aspect. And anyone else want to make a comment on this? And there's millions and millions of parents all over the world, just like this couple with the two boys.
Mark, you said returning dignity. I'm just wondering, are we returning dignity to the soul once we learn to transmute?
I think the soul is already perfect. Yeah. Go ahead.
Did you hear me?
There was some sort of echo. You said,
Oh,
there's
I'm
feedback
sorry.
coming.
I always forget to turn off my speaker system. I'm on my phone, but I forget.
Go ahead.
I just said, are we
Yes.
returning dignity to the soul by learning how to transmute?
The soul is a perfect gentleman, and it is perfect. It's the soul of physicality, perhaps, that will return the dignity to, once that becomes elevated to the level of the soul of the man. But this is where all the misfunction happens. The soul is already perfect, he said, just as the creator's soul is perfect and equal to yours, or yours is equal. But it's the soul of physicality that creates all the misfunction, and differently in each one of us. But yes, I think that is a form of elevation of the soul of physicality, definitely is part of returning dignity. Because many times we do things that we're not really proud of doing, but yet we don't always, we aren't always able to reverse that. But now I think we'll be returning dignity just outside of the diseases as well. We talked about many things of overeating or addictions, and there's many. And it's not always in the physicality either, it's in the emotion. So yes, we're going to bring dignity back to the entire structure. But the soul itself is, I think, as I've heard, is already perfect. And a perfect gentleman. Or gentlewoman, if you please. Anyone else? Or Ed, did you have more? He may not be able to hear me. Turn the speakers off. Okay. Let's go back a little bit and just to explain a little bit more of, again, these workshops are just so full of knowledge. And again, we hear with our ears, but do we really comprehend? Do we really understand? Bits and pieces, and that's no problem because everyone takes differently from this knowledge, and that's why we're learning or we're teaching each other in so many ways. What I missed, you might pick up. What I picked up, you might have missed. And so we just share what we think we understand. And that's all it is. So we'll go over here. Anyone else want to interject or make any comments? Oops. Let's start here. So many drawings in these videos. This is, again, the 473 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But let's spend about 10 minutes with Mr. Keshe again. And don't forget, he's also teaching through the soul. We're seeing pictures, we're hearing through our ears, but there's also another process, I believe, going on in the background that we're really not aware of. But there's a soul interaction going on, even across the universe. As Mr. Keshe has often said, he's not only here to teach us, he's teaching the passengers or the citizens of the universe as well, if they hear the soul of him. And again, we know how we can tune things out or tune things in depending on our own personal likings. And sometimes we just pick the knowledge that we like, and the other ones that we don't like about the knowledge, we kind of don't hear it as strongly, let's say. And this is just the habit of the man as I see it. And we're all that way, but we're learning. Again, it's a huge transition from more or less pure physicality to be able to operate in these two dimensions. But we've always had them. We've just forgotten about them, each and every one of us. Let's hear a little bit more here.
We need to comprehend. Now we have come to the point, the final points of creation. In the future, when the time comes, when man intelligence reaches understanding of part of the totality, then I will explain to you how the fields in the hydrogen gathered.
So as he said, in the future, when man becomes to understand part of the totality, so we're really just sort of, as he said, he's just opening the door of this knowledge, and this knowledge is endless.
By what principle one plasma decides to be the size of the electron, and one decides to be the size of the soul of the creator? And there is no difference between the two in the process of their creation. Then the question for humanity will come: where did the fields of the soul of the creator came from? Then at that point, you will understand, you need to understand about the universal fields and not just only cosmic rays, where the universal fields come from a different dimension of interaction and is the creator of the totality. The prophet of the past, being given the knowledge, they came out with different levels. In the dimension of the writing of Baha'u'llah, bless his name, he refers to 7 valleys. Muhammad wrote it in a different name, so did Jesus, so did Moses, so did Buddha. But in essence, the valleys is the levels of the life of the soul in the dimension of their existence, and no more. Very much the way you call it chakras. When you understand one leads to creation of the other. When you understand one, you understand how one was created out of the others. Now for humanity, there is one question. What man, what the world of knowledge of the man will take man to with this new knowledge and this new understanding? And in what point in the world of creation you decide to become, to live in the dimension of the physicality or in the dimension of the soul and connection with the universe. So, as we say in Farsi, you've been eating from 2 pots when you got 2 wives. One from the pot of physicality and one from pot of the soul. And as is the habit of the man, he only shows what is stolen, which is the energy packs of the others in the dimension of physicality. Now you understand why all the time in the teachings I refer to 80% of what you take, you do not see, is from the universe. Because in a way, your body continuously creates a condition within it, as you call it the cells, and you call it plasma energy packs, how to tap into 14, then tap into 12. If you understood this, now you understand why you die by age. Because your soul learns more to tap to this. Doesn't need this. The soul has learned to become the user of the line of communication of the universal field, cosmic rays, and then being satisfied with killing others. Have you ever asked yourself why you get older, you eat less? I don't want to eat this, I can't eat this. Because the body is getting ready for transformation from carbon 12 energy transfer to carbon 14. You're taking more and more, the soul is getting mature. The soul finding connection with the other points. And then you say, I have no fear of death. Because your soul has prepared the physicality for leave the mess behind what I used to mature myself, be it the physicality of the man. Now even you should understand the purpose of life, the purpose of old age, the purpose of what you get to that point. But if the man is mature enough, if the man becomes wise enough, he can create a balance between the two and live the life of ever eternity.
So this is what is being shared with us. And interestingly enough, we're all absorbing in the 80% range without even trying. So now we're going to go more in the 90, 95 and onward. And these new technologies are going to teach the soul how to do this. As we said, with the headset, from Linz to the headset, to the tabletop unit, to the universe. And once this process continues, just like the feeding, we won't need those devices anymore. And that may be a while, but it all depends. Some people will achieve it sooner than others. But it's to walk away from the killing of the other entities. That's the prime directive, I think, will be here. Now it's not that way, but it will be. But also in the universe, the stronger entity never abuses a weaker entity. The way it works in the universe is the stronger feeds the weaker. Where here on Earth, the stronger eats the weaker, takes advantage of the weaker. But apparently there are some magicians in space, and this is why Mr. Keshe is teaching us enough that we won't get fooled by any of these magicians we may meet. And apparently they could co-opt you into their structure of some sort. Again, I don't know this for sure, but he said he didn't want us to be fooled by any of these magicians that we may run into as we travel the universe. So we're being brought into the universal community as equals and not as subservient or lower. Actually, we have learned more than many that are traveling in the UFOs right now. We're learning to travel with the soul and the energies of the soul. They're still in the matter state, trying to figure it out, but after a couple billion years, I guess they haven't, and there's still more secrets. But we're both trying to get back to the mother. And apparently man has been gifted this knowledge, or is being gifted this knowledge, to go out and teach this to the others in the community. So the 20% is what causes all our problems. Everything we put into our mouths, this consumption. And of course, today, the things we're taking in seem to be more and more tainted with things that we don't want. And he's talking about absorbing pure fields, just like in the agriculture, where there's no pesticide needed, there's no fertilizers needed because it's all comes from natural fields. And so the runoff and everything else is, there's no problem to the environment because it's all, the fields are all natural as I understand it. And that's when we take these into our body, obviously, it works the same way. And perhaps less and less, and maybe that's what he meant by over the next century or two, the structure of man will change. We may not need all these things, but that's a process. And again, it won't happen in a day or a week. And of course, you still need proteins of some sort, but the soul may figure out how to take these. As he said, if you become as humble as the lamb, you can receive the energies that the lamb doesn't need without having to kill it or kill another entity to sustain your own. So this is the big movement. And I always said, how could you be fed without eating? I could not understand that, not even realizing that we're already doing 80%. I thought everything we took in was to maintain our physical. I didn't know it's only the 20% we need that we're short of. And that's probably a good thing because we just become eating machines if we had to do the 20 plus the 80. I mean, I don't think we'd have time to talk. Your mouth would be so full of food trying to convert it into energies to sustain ourselves. But it is this 20% that apparently is very offensive. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna maybe one or two more clips. Anyone want to make a comment? Feel free. This is an open forum. No one's above or no one's below. We're all equal here. It's a roundtable discussion. And this is what will be brought into the home in the near future. Mr. Keshe showed us an LED light, and this is the same way you're going to be fed wirelessly. Similar, he says we're giving you a Tesla device. We're delivering what Tesla delivered, but more enhanced. I think Tesla was delivering more of the AC. We're delivering energy plus cosmic rays, which he called the creator rays. And then, of course, there's universal rays, which the creator rays come out of, but man doesn't have the knowledge yet to understand the universal rays. And maybe what he was showing us with the universal cup has a strong connection to it. And we'll probably go, perhaps go back to it. Let's see if we can just, well, we'll start here. Oops, I didn't click it. All right, I guess we'll have to start at 8. But this is part where he shows this LED totally in the matter state being lit, just with the energies that's being provided from the system, the plasmatic energies. Of course, this is what Tesla did in the matter state, but this is far more advanced. I know Mr. Keshe said that they had purchased some of these Tesla machines years ago, and they know exactly what he did. But he did elevate the physicality of the man. There's no question about it, but it wasn't long-lived, and it was sort of stamped out. And then the papers taken and the technology sort of hidden. So let's go forward with this.
So months when our team understand and see the difference. We already, I can show you pictures where we create light, even a small amount, without any connection through plasma transfer. As I said before in teaching, you take a fluorescent light tube into a magnetic field to show that you created and the light comes out. We do that with LED. It's a jump in the knowledge and technology by a huge leap, which means we can feed LEDs without connection. And this knowledge is already in the patent release 14, 15 years, going to more, 18 years ago, where we speak about the lights without any wire. We have already produced it. Now our team needs to strengthen it, understand it, and what do you call it, take it to the next step.
And I'm sure world scientists are working on this, but he hasn't, no one seems to have been able to understand it fully. It's been in the patent for 18 years, but yet no one's really opened it up. Maybe they have on the governmental level and they're keeping it secret, but it's plain enough if you understand it, but there's probably some hidden technologies there as well. I personally think that Mr. Keshe is working with free plasmas and other hidden technologies, and this is why he's, and when he refers to the plasma, yes, but there are higher orders of plasma, and the free plasmas have that ability to create and do other things that a plasma itself can't do. It's a higher order of creation, and I think this is what he's working with, in addition to other hidden technologies that we can't see and perhaps we're not even aware of. So this is one of the reasons he achieves things that seem a little more difficult for us. But as he said with Iran, when we transfer the knowledge about the Maghreb in Iran, they get the same results as we do in Austria. So it's a matter of knowledge transfer. And I think he's going to China very shortly to transfer some of this technology on the batteries. But I don't think it's going to be written down on paper or in any books. I think it's, or I thought I heard him say it will be transferred through a headset. Almost the way Moses received the commandments. He didn't get them in the physical end of it. They weren't written on tablets, but they were written within him. And then, of course, he decided to do what he would with it. But this is the same way the technology for the batteries, recharging, making the batteries smaller, will be transferred to China. And of course, if the abuse happens, perhaps it's going to be taken back in the same manner, plasmatically, where they won't know the positive from the negative of the battery anymore. It'll all become confusion. So hopefully, they're ready to accept it and share it. This is what it's all about. And I think with building this UFO, which we're going to continue to do, maybe that's man's job to build this UFO. Perhaps one nation will understand the feeding, the other nation will understand the propulsion, the other nation will, and this is the way, without them cooperating and collaborating with one another, no one will fly into space with a UFO. So it's going to take all of us. He said there's not enough people on this planet to even unravel this knowledge at this point. But it'll probably, some of it will, it's all being gifted, but it'll be shared, as he said, with China and Iran. And once it is shared, and once they understand it, they get the same results in both places. As he shared the knowledge of rebuilding the brain with Giovanni. Results in the first attempts. Of course, it wasn't a complete rebuild in 1 week. Again, a process. It appears that all the teachings and the technologies, it all works in some sort of process. One building upon the one step, building upon the next step, and so on, all the way up. And then when you hit the plateau, that's not the end of it. Don't think you've achieved it all. You move farther away from it because it's just endless. We'll go back to it. Feel free to make a comment, come in, share something anytime.
It's what we call when you can produce energy in this level, at this level of knowledge in the matter state, then the whole thing changes. Where you can hold the light, where by law of physics and the manufacturing they say cannot be lit, and you see the light. The LED, which is a matter state, not a gas state, comes on. And now our knowledge seekers have to learn a little bit more. We produce a little bit more energy. Then your problem is how to keep the light out. You need a cover for your lights because it'll stay all the time on. We can't switch it off. And it's in the patent. Now is achievable. And if you can hold the LED light and comes on, then without any connection, then you understand the, what do you call it, the deep and bound in energy technology. And it's all in the patent. This is where we'll see it. And it's a pleasure to see we are reaching that point. You were happy that you, what do you call, light up a fluorescent tube, as we saw with John in Arizona. Now the technology has moved on. We can create light in a matter energy system, which is the LEDs. Now we extend it. Now we evolve it. And we see what it is. This is what it is. You can see it on the screen. An LED light lit by just holding in hand. Is a huge jump in the water science, where we convert the plasma energy into what we call electric current, wireless transmission of energy. And in a way, what Tesla did, if you understand in a deeper way, but Tesla created electric power generator, used the magnetic fields to transfer from Russia to New York. Now you can do this at any time. And then you see if this LED light, according to its standard, has to be, what do you call it, has certain currents in it, has been led by many times less energy, but through interaction with plasma, then you can see how your computers will run. The next generation of these systems, wireless systems, as an energy transfer is on the card. And you put it in the house and you have it. It supplies you the energy for the house, and the food you need to live, interaction with your soul for all your emotional conditions, transportation. It's a matter of months and years for this to become common use in the household. And all has been in the patent. We are not saying something out of the pocket. Read the patents, you see this explained in the patent. Released in 2006, 2005.
So again, beautiful. Exactly what Tesla did, and much more interactions with the soul, zero-time communication, feeding, wellness, preventing things that could appear in months or years ahead. But again, he said it won't happen. It won't be common use for years. But same thing he said with the two boys, that it would probably take a year of processing and hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe between 1 and 200,000. And now look at the progress since Christmas. The legs are regaining movement, regaining muscle, and so on. So maybe this will also move up. He doesn't want to really pressure the structure. And that's what he said in the, he's been in the oil industry and he realizes the power that they have. So rather than going for a zero energy system, I think they're going for 70–80% to give the current structure some breathing room to adjust. And that will probably be over years as I see it. It won't be weeks or months, because these are huge structures with huge loans taken and they have to be paid for or satisfied in some sort of way, as I understand it. So we'll go to just one more, which will give us a little bit of understanding. And again, this is another beautiful sharing by, they're all beautiful. And again, it's just a shame we just have to play clips, but it's just to get you a little bit interested in it, and maybe you'll research it more. Of course, it's all of our obligations individually to investigate and understand this knowledge for ourselves. No one else. I don't think I'll be flying your ship. Maybe if or you won't be flying my ship unless you give permission to a captain. But he even said the captains aren't really needed anymore. So we'll have to see. There's many surprises coming up in the months ahead this year, and perhaps culminating with meeting the universal community. But for them to come here in the open, we're going to have to be a very peaceful society. Otherwise, they'll stay hidden in the clothes of the man or hidden in other physicalities just to have the experience, when we could actually, it's part of our family, and we can open up and interact with them and share knowledge. They have many understandings we don't understand. And of course, we're experts in operating in the matter state. So we'll have a lot to teach them as well. Let's go to this clip. Anyone have any thoughts or anything? I know we're all just amazed about what is being gifted to us in a way. And it's all within our structure, apparently. It's just by the repetitive usage of these systems, it becomes just like a training tool. Swinging a golf club, they have all these devices about, swing and how to hold things and different little things. But this is what these systems are on a much way above the level of physicality, let's say, and understanding some universal knowledges or principles. Okay, let me see. Did I come to the right point? Approximately. Now, this again is a little bit about understanding what happens to the car when you put a magrev in the car. You're creating sort of a limited, I think he called it a limited plasma spaceship in a way, that was reducing the weight, but actually wasn't lifting off the ground. But it's some sort of spaceship. And again, he said we can take the weight from a ton to 500, even down to 50. Where the mileage, the car weighing a ton was 200 miles per tank, and he'll go through it here. And then when you reduce the weight to 500, it becomes a 400 mile per tank vehicle. And if you reduce the weight to 50, then it becomes a 1,000 kilometers per tank, and so on and so forth. So let's hear this little clip here. And again, this was from the 472, which is called the Plasma Blueprint Day, if you want to refer back to that.
Even in understanding the power production, even the ones with a car, if you go back to the testimonials, a lot of people spoke about the driving of the car is easier, we get more mileage out of the fuel, but they never understood that in a way, can we go on the whiteboard, please? In a way, if we look at, I'm back again, energy in pictures. If we look at what actually happened with the people, I explained this a few times, but maybe now we understand it different, is that what happened with the cars which you added into your cars a maglev unit, and you said, I get a better drive. This is my car with its wheels. And I get more mileage. There is something missing off the screen. Don't see there. This is another view. Okay. So you put a battery in the car. You have your electric motor, whatever goes with it. And what happened when you made these connections? You connected one side of the battery to the one point of the body and the other one to the body of the body. That's what mainly done. But it's the same story now, you understand, as I explained a few minutes ago. you created a plasmatic field. In a way, your reduction in the consumption of the fuel. I used to drive 200 kilometers per tank. Now I do 400. They laugh at you. But why? Because here I weighted 1 ton, and here I weigh 500. Because this magnetic field which I created is the same principle as we just shown you in the house. When you plug into the plugs or plug into the light at the same time, but because this is a confined environment, your steering became much easier. How many of you reported the steering was easy? It became much smoother. Even my car is 20 years old. I'm using less plasma or less fuel. And then everything else you reported. You created a gravitational magnetic field flying machine, but limited flight capability. How many of you reported in your testimonials if the car was rusty, the rust disappeared, the car this and that happened to it? Because now you're in the Maghreb, the same as you had a cancer, you don't have a cancer anymore.
So
now,
I could put the,
you understand?
yeah.
You put this
Could I
in your
put-
tractor, what happens? You create environments, you can carry 10 ton, now you carry weight of 5 ton.
Mhm.
That's all it
Yeah.
does. That's all it'll be.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Keshe, may I give a recommendation about a diesel tractor?
Yeah.
You could possibly just get a gas unit, and the gas that's produced by the gas unit can be just put into the air intake of the tractor. And instead of using the throttle to push more diesel and go up in revs on the motor, you just have a valve which you use as a throttle to put more or less gas into the air intake. And you could possibly just drive the tractor off of the gas unit.
Yeah, but it's the same boat. You need something in to burn.
Because your gas unit makes combustible gas, from my understanding.
Yes, we understand that, but the gas unit, you have to buy gas unit or produce the gas somehow.
Well, yeah, if he buys a gas unit, maybe he can run his diesel tractor off the gas unit.
Yep. Any other question?
Thank you.
Now we understand the science of what the plasma is and what it does. Any other question?
Yes, we've got some questions in the Q&A here from my glasses on. It's Ali. What can we do to accelerate the growth of world consciousness and peace?
It's been done in different ways, by spreading the Ganses, by development of these technologies. But you got to understand, when we start putting so many of these units together in the, what you call, it's easier for me to rub it off than actually go for a new page. I'm going to get somebody to run around to do it. The reality is very simple. You spread the Ganses around everywhere. Now you get houses in one area or different area, all using these Maghreb Z system. The same as the other one. And then you go to the other one. And then you understand, you interact not only with the residents of the property, but the citizens crossing this environment. By increasing the numbers of the use, we change that environment. And it's the same. You outside, I was explaining this to somebody some times ago. It's very, if you understand the logic behind it. Somebody is planning to come and rob your house here. Enters the zone where now your system understands to work, and he doesn't know why he's here because he came to rob. Now, because he works through the what we call energy of the man, emotion, he'll go back because he can't remember he came to steal. This goes back to years ago. I said, when we bring these flight units, which at those times we couldn't tell you what it is, the world leaders will not travel because they plan wars, they plan murders, they plan all sorts of abuses. When they come to the systems, they just forget what they're here for. That's how you change the world leaders. Go back in the recording and teachings. Always said, now you understand the reason. Because we create plasmatic magnetic fields of the emotion of peace, the emotion of not needing anything. What's the purpose of me? To create war. Because I can't even remember why I came here for.
And perhaps this is a good time to transition into creating the Dome of Peace, further creation of it. Anyone want to make any comments? Again, feel free to open your mic. Otherwise, we'll go, we'll read the World Peace Treaty first, and then we'll go into 5 minutes of silence after we go through the other two parts. I know Alex is standing by. He wanted to come in a little bit earlier today, so we've abbreviated a little bit. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And as I said, it's not only human beings that we're making peace with. It's the vertical people, the horizontal people, and all the other souls, entities on this planet. Some we're not even aware of at this point, but in the future we may become aware of them, as well as the citizens of the universe. The World Peace Treaty. And this is the exact treaty endorsing that the world leaders, religious leaders will do. And again, it doesn't have to be written. You can sign it with the pen in your soul. So no one is being forced to physically sign the World Peace Treaty, but that is the preferred way to go, I think. But either way, it works, mainly with the pen of your soul, because you're going to have to take this peace treaty across the universe, internalize it, so to speak. I, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with R or my, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or a body or soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held, and again, on behalf of the individual, the town, the city, the religion, the council, the territory, or the nation. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So this is in place here, and it's also in place across the universe. Of course, Mr. Keshe said, when you go into space, you'll never find anything written. So it's going to have to be carried within the soul. And apparently the universal citizens can see your ethos before you even utter any words or any emotions. I guess they read it by the aura or what energies you have around you. And hopefully we'll all go out into space peacefully. And if not, I think you're probably maybe put in a penalty box until you learn more, or perhaps return to Earth again until you learn more about this whole process. But the universe is peaceful, even though we've been led to believe that other entities are here to take over our planet. They could have taken it over millions of years ago. It already belongs to them. They don't need to take it over. And again, it's all from the same creator as they are, and as you are, and all of us are. So let's go to the first part of the World Peace Treaty, creating the Dome of Peace, which is releasing the GANS waters. As in China, they've been doing it for years and years. This is another process we're involved in, slowly, but perhaps this is a linking between wellness centers or peace domes we're going to be creating too. So releasing the GANS waters has to do in a way with our physicality, but it's also creating a link between these little domes. Perhaps you have one in your home and another one across the street and another one in another town. Releasing the GANS waters will connect the whole system together, as I understand it, and it gives our physicality something to do.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and now we'll move to the second part, and feel free, you can interject here. There's no problem. We're going to go to the second part, which is the process of expanding our souls and using the power that we understand and possess to actually, through our emotions, through the fields, create this world peace. And of course, we're actually the 5+1, for example. I saw, I think it was yesterday, where China actually came out and said that we need to move ahead on this. The United States needs to move on this. So we want to thank the Brazilian team for all of their efforts. And of course, every day at 9 p.m. CET, you can join, not on Zoom or not on Telegram, but just individually connect with each other to create the same dome in the similar to what we're going to do here for the 5 minutes. And you can stay for a minute, you can stay for 20 minutes, but there'll probably always be at least one other person there to do it. And as Mr. Keshe indicated, collectively, we're stronger. So it is important to collectively practice this. 9 p.m. CET every day. The Brazilians are doing it on Wednesday, but they also have daily intentions. I think it's at 1 a.m. every day, but on Wednesday, I believe they're doing it at 6 p.m. CET. And of course, we always refer, any times we key off of Central European time or Central European summertime, which we're going to be moving to, I think, next month. So we'll probably have a week of a little mix up in the hours and things, because sometimes we forget. But let's go to the second part. So you can spray every Sunday or anytime. And as Mr. Keshe said, you can do it all the time, especially with your soul. The soul never sleeps, and neither does the soul of physicality.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls in here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
And thank you, Shweta. Even though you're not here, your voice is here with us. And as I said, 9 p.m. CET, we can collectively gather. You can do it all the time. Ask your soul. So let's just take 5 minutes. And as Mr. Keshe said in the formation of the Universal Council, try not to become arrogant in the power that you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you fall in the same path as the church and the mosque. So humbly, we do this sort of work because it's apparently very easy to become, you get a little bit of power, a little bit of knowledge. You think you're on top of the world or something, and you could use it in the wrong way again. So let's just take our 5 minutes and continue on. I'll just back this up in case anyone comes in and wondering where we are. There. So let's take 5 minutes. Again, this is practice for us. No one fails this test. And as I read yesterday, China is encouraging the United States and Iran. I think the president of Iran went to China, and the president of China has agreed to go to Iran. And there was a communique from Xi Jinping, and he said it's time for the United States to move forward with these negotiations. They have been stalled for quite a while. But anyway, we're going to move them forward with our energies, not writing letters, not sending telegrams, not protesting with placards, but just working with the fields of the plasma. And of course, that's what's happening next month as well. Mr. Keshe said a new cycle is going to start on 3/21, and I think that's the next group session of these monthly sessions. And he said we would be interacting with the world leaders, with their souls, perhaps planting seeds. I don't know what's actually in store, but this is the way it's going to work. But this is what the March meeting. So if you haven't signed up for any, encourage you, and again, it's right on the website. I don't think it's posted yet for the March date, but it will be shortly. Very similar to what's gone on December 16th and the 19th of January and so on and so forth. And just like today. So it's a whole learning process, just like a plant. We allow you to mature in these meetings. And I believe there's more going on than meets the eye, let's say, or meets the physicality. There are things happening in the background. As Mr. Keshe said, master of disguise, a master magician and a master of disguise. So, and everyone has a different experience in these meetings. So let's carry on for 5 minutes in silence as we work through the souls collectively to bring this change about. And we'll start now. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Thank you all. And of course, it's all our responsibility to continue this process individually and collectively when you can. Again, mentioning 9 p.m. CET daily to join with the others on the soul level for this to take place and to continue pulsing, just like the planet. It's not going to change in the first week that GANS waters, but it provides a network or a connection. There's more things going on than we're actually aware of. But when we reach a certain level of people, I think when we decide to change something for going along with the soul of humanity's wishes, that it be so, things will change in a much quicker fashion. But that will come in time. But these technologies are certainly going to move the whole humanity in that direction. So thank you all for continuing your participation in this process. I think it's time to go to Alex. He's waited long enough, and I think he had some other things he wanted to bring in, perhaps share his story on the what happened today, dining with the creator, and all the others are probably going to be invited as well to share. But first, I know he likes the disclaimer played, so we will do that.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And let's welcome Alex, who's continued to be here from the beginning. I don't think you've missed one program yet, Alex, so thank you all. And again, I'm proud to share this platform with all the knowledge seekers and Alex from Canada, as well, as he's shown us how he's extended his fields across Brazil, across Mexico, and many other teachings around this planet. So we're very fortunate to have him with us, and let's just thank him on the silent level, but elevate his soul as well at the same time. So thank you, Alex, for joining us, and let's see what you'd like to bring or how you'd like to proceed. I know we just had a pretty big event earlier today, about a 4-hour session. Maybe you have that included. So welcome.
And thank you very much, Mark. Excellent introduction to the meeting today. This is the North American meeting, and as such, it's represented by Canada, US, and Mexico. But what makes this so special is the representation that we get from all around the world. And this will be growing because we're looking at the banner of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and the teachings of Professor Aaron Tavakoli Keshe. And so we are going into uncharted waters, as we say, but actually uncharted space, This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We're at the intermediate inner space level, and today's topic is Dreamscape. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is February the 19th, 2023. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have tried to condense over 6,000 hours of teaching that we've done on many private platforms and try and contribute to the public platforms. And so we've gotten to this inner space level. And in that inner space level, we are now completing the intermediate inner space level. It's hard to believe that we're racing through this series like this. And so there's a progression. We started in 2 years ago with the teaching, understanding, knowing, insight, earth space. And now we're looking at the inner space because we're on the road to outer space. So that's what we are. We are a space institute. And so we're trying to find where this outer space really is, because we have this little position, and I mean it's a tiny, perfect little position in this kind of corner of the universe, that little tiny red dot in the sky there. And that's our little sentimental pie in the sky. The problem with it is, of course, there's a much bigger pie. And, how do we get to that pie? And so with the assistance of the 3 books, starting with the Universal Order of Creation of Matters, which brings together 3 energy states. And then we have the Origin of the Universe, which creates the Twinity. And then in between, book number 2 is the Structure of the Light, which kind of links the 2. And then you wonder, which way are you going? Are you going from the creation of matter, or are you going from the origin of the universe? And we're trying to answer questions, not ask more questions, because the thing that we really don't know is we don't know how we got here. Because getting here, there had to be a precedence, and that precedence was the planet got here. Well, how did the planet get here? And so we find that the planets have organized themselves very, very well. And they are location specific. And so obviously we want to tune in to the right planet, don't we? And so all of us here have tuned into that Earth place, right? That Earth place that's between Venus and Mars. So we were also location specific. And furthermore, on that planet, we all came to a certain location. And we didn't all pile on top of each other as is shown in this diagram. But one of the things that we need to understand here, that the position of the planets only represents one point at one moment, at one specific moment in time, and does not include the rest of the field, which is to say that all of these planets are likewise that tiny little perfect spot in the sky, that little pie in the sky. The field that goes around the sun is a massive field. It's a massive pie. So what we're looking at is really minuscule. And the reason we've had this problem is because we've tried to figure out the relationship between time, distance, and speed. And so, on Earth, we'll measure in kilometers or in miles, but in space, we measure it in terms of light years. Well, if these are light years, then it begs the question, how do we get here? And where do we dream? And how do we dream? Because we only seem to dream at night and for only a part of the day. And so that does not jive with the notion of light years. So we kind of fail in our terms of reference when we're looking at different distances, because we know that in outer space we can travel instantaneously. So there's this anomaly, and and, and of course the problem with this anomaly is because it's shown how we've limited ourselves, and that is the limitation of nuclear science. And how did this limitation come into play? And so we find that the ethos of the universe has not been taken into account. And when we fail to do that, then we're limited by the speed of light. And the speed of light is in physicality. So this entire series of going from Earth space and inner space is to differentiate between the physical reality and the plasma reality, and for us to understand. So we don't need to understand the details, but we do need to understand that there is a relationship. And we need to understand that that relationship includes the universal community, because the universal community abides by the ethos of the universe, which includes morality, compassion, and courage. And this is all part of not only the creation of man space, but it's also the creation of Earth space. And so part of the man space and the Earth space, of course, is this inner space. And that's what we're talking about today. So the proof of concept is what everybody's looking for. And so the thing is that we have made this choice, you see, and that choice was a preference and sentimentality for Earth. And the thing is, we have this proof of choice because, first of all, we were proven to choose to be born. And so the question becomes, when exactly did we do this choosing? Because you can't choose after the fact, right? You know, did you want to be born? Yes, boom, okay, then you're born. And how did you want to be born? Well, gee whiz, I don't know. Should we use rocket technology? Well, Mom thanks you because you were born by choosing the outer space system. And yes, we were born into an inner space by default. And so there are two revelations that we want to bring up today, which in my opinion are shocking, because they're shocking to me, because they're answering questions that I've had for a long, long time. And unless you're involved with that research in that particular subject, which I'm not, then, you just kind of believe that people who should know do know, and that they actually tell you the truth. And so we find that, maybe one of the reasons we've come to Earth space is to find the truth. Because let's face it, I'm getting lied to every day. And so that's one of the things about dreaming. And when we go to sleep at night, and that's what we do, we dream every day. And so we make this connection to our inner space. And it resembles the flight simulation, you see. The flight simulation that we've encountered in the post-June 2022 era, which we are in that era now, because we want to go back to nature. Well, why do we want to go back to nature? Well, that's a good question. And again, we're asking so many questions. Why do we want to go to sleep? And who's the benefit? And then why do we dream? And so many other questions. So let's see if we can answer some of these questions, because here's one thing that we do know, that we look at the Earth setup and we see that the soul of the Earth body is in the biosphere range. It's part of the magnetical peace dome. And then the soul of the Earth is in the core. And so we are occupying this biosphere range. And so that's how we operate. And so this is the point of view that's most important, isn't it? Our point of view as opposed to the Earth's point of view. But, you know, we try and figure out, we don't rotate when we walk, and then the Earth moves by rotating. But the key point here is that we have gravitational stability. And that's the resolution to this anomaly on how do we function as compared to the way the Earth functions. And so we find that there's a magnetical gravitational relationship, and then there's a stability point. So this is the principle of manifestation. So let's define manifestation. It's when two fields come together to form another. The formation of any field is a manifestation. And so there has to be a plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So if this plasma feeding is coming from somewhere, it would be coming from a field. That would be the launch field. And if it's going somewhere, well, that would be the target field. But the thing about this manifestation, it could be non-tangible or tangible, and non-visible or visible. And so in fact, as we're trying to emphasize, it could be a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. Except it always is a plasmatic reality. So how could this reality manifestation be this touchy-feely type of form artifact? Well, when we're doing things in physical, then we like to touch it and we like to feel it. But if we're doing things emotionally, maybe I could take a few minutes and insult you or abuse you verbally, and you might get a little touchy and you might feel a little resentment. And so whatever that is a form artifact of the emotion of presence. And so the emotion of presence is also an energy in motion at that manifestation point. So we have a physical and an emotional presence. And that is the manifestation point. We have to decide, how do we get there and what points of reference do we have? So what we found in terms of plasmatic symbiosis, where we say, well, 1 and 1 is greater than 2, well, we found that some of these ones are different forms of rays. And so we have PM-TIC rays, we have X-rays, we have gamma rays, and other rays. And the purpose of this is to figure out our terms of reference. And so we can reference things between ourselves. Is that possible, to reference yourself between yourself? Or we can reference ourselves between what other people view. And we can adopt that point of view. So we can either do things the natural way, or we can look at and decide, are we garbage or are we profit? And, you know, which way are we going through this gateway? And so when we look in that matter, we see that that becomes a matter plasma dimension that we call physicality. And that physicality is actually a feedback of the plasmatic feeding in the matter gen state. And so where is that feeding coming from? And how is it manifesting itself in the physicality? So are we just dreaming this, or is this a genetic feeding? And then what happens to that feeding? Does it change? Can it be modified? And so the answer, of course, is yes. And the answer then becomes another question. Well, which dominant matter state are you? And are you the defect? Or are you defective? So when we're dealing in those terms, we're looking at a specific kind of manifestation. And that is to go from this transparency point to this manifestation point that becomes apparent. That apparent is materialization. And so it's possible to be physically materialized, and it's possible to be physically dematerialized. And if that's the case, then the same is true for manifestation. And so this is all part of our searching for outer space. And although these questions may seem like overreaching questions, remember, you were born and you made a decision to be born before you were born. And where were you? Right? You remember? So right now we're in this race to the moon because we're trying to get into outer space. And the problem with the race to the moon is we have many more moons that have come up. And we see that Jupiter has a bunch of them and Saturn has a bunch. Some of the other planets don't have as many, and we only have one, which is pretty good because Venus and Mercury have none. So, you know, we're not the worst, but you can see that there are certain kinds of trends. So one trend is that Jupiter is very large and Earth is much smaller. And so the number of moons reflects that. But then there's a positioning with respect to the sun. And so there's a sequence, but that doesn't necessarily follow either, because we find that Uranus and Neptune have less moons, but they're farther away than Jupiter and Saturn. And so that sequence is out of sequence. So there's some kind of choice that has to be made here that is the determining factor. And so these are the things that we have to learn. And, you know, we want to conquer outer space, but we have no proof of outer space because all we can see is the sun space, the planet spaces, the moon space, and that space in between, and all of it that we can see. And we can see this at the speed of light. And we know that because that's how we measure the distance. And so how are we going to conquer outer space if we don't know how to measure the distance? Well, we're going to find out next month as we do our flight tests to the moon. And so we're only about a month away. And so for a lot of people, this is going to be an outstanding revelation. It's not the one that I'm talking about today, but for them, well, plasma is something very strange. And when we're talking about the number of people involved, yeah, we're talking about over 90% of the population doesn't even know what we're doing. And so we have to be the teachers. We have to be quick teachers. Tell them plasma is a kind of energy state, and there are many different kinds of energy states. And so this is what's leading us to alter our point of view. And so we have to understand the Earth space point of view, but we also have to find our inner space point of view. And with our inner space, we see that there are sequences to follow. And if we do this correctly, then we get the key to the gateway to outer space. And this is pretty important because it involves a life and death scenario. So life, you were born, and death, well, we're all going to die. And so this becomes important, don't you think? And if it's not important, well, you know what, nothing's important. So let's assume that it's important. And so what we found in this particular series is this emotion of position, because the emotion of position involves the emotion of physicality with respect to something. And so that emotion of position is reference to the emotion of presence. It's the emotion of presence which manifests into the emotion of physicality. But where did that come from? And so that came from the emotion of man. We have to remember that. And we have to remember that as well. So let's review the plasma rules before we get to those two key points, because these energy states increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. And the higher energy feeds the lower energy. Well, if the higher one feeds the lower energy, okay, so that would allow us to decrease. But how do we increase? And so we have to understand that energy state changes can manifest through what we call natural creation or natural decay. We just seem to be preoccupied with the decay side. And then there's this other transfer state, which is catalytic or non-consuming. And for us, we have a classic example. It's called the sun. And we're living in that sun space. Yes, I know we're on Earth space, but the Earth space is part of the sun space. And so we have to see how we can transfer energy. But what we also find out is that we can transfer energy at a higher rate in the plasma states. And the higher the plasma state, the higher the transfer rate. And all of this is also done by many orders of magnitude. So, and in one case, you could say, well, it's a double jeopardy, right? If you drop down in energy state, the transfer rate also drops down. That would be a double jeopardy. But guess what? If we go into a higher state, the energy transfer is higher. Double benefit. And so this is all done through the tricks, which we have to learn. The plasma absorbs fields, and plasma is a barrier fields. In fact, plasma does both at the same time. And the way it does that is follows the rules of the ethos of the universe. And the ethos of the universe is very simple. Life wants to live. And so we can't stop life and we can't stop energy, but we can hold it in the field. And so to facilitate holding this field, we rotate this field. And the faster we rotate and the bigger the field, the stronger the field strength. And so this is one of the ways that we can change energy states. And so we see that when we analyze all the moons that we are trying to race to, they all rotate in different ways. Some rotate the way the planet rotates, and some rotate opposite to the way it does. And then some just wobble like our moon, and it's a lonely wobbler. But the relation to the planet is what affects the rotation direction. Well, do we understand that relationship? So unless we study it, we really can't, make too many comments about that. But then we find that the rocket scientists can't do that either. So no biggie there. So what we see is that we have to accommodate the strength of the fields by these field relations. And so we find that Earth space is a kind of energy state. But what's interesting is that we can transcend multiple energy states. So we don't have to go state by state. We can jump states, just like we can go step by step or jump a few steps. And the thing is that we find that the Earth space is a very gravitationally stable energy state. And that's a good thing, okay? Because, well, so is the sun, in fact, because the sun comes up every day and shines on this Earth. And that's why we're able to come here every day. And so all this done is according to the ethos of the universe. So the point of the matter is that when we're trying to mathematically understand these various dimensions, we find that really when we have 1 and 1 is more than 2, this is where the math breaks down. We find the reason it breaks down is because it's based, or we could say it's mired in physicality. And so the 1 and 1 are the two feeding dimensions, but what we found out was that not all ones are the same one. So we have the two feeding dimensions, and they create a feedback dimension being the third dimension. And so that being the point, that the three dimensions that deal with the volume of the field, which includes the spherical relationship of that field, not just a circular relationship, we find that of these three fields and how they relate to the other, we're none of these three fields because we're observing them. So that means we're in another dimension entirely. Where are we? So when we look at the GANs in a bottle and how we've all been able to produce that, and so we can see these different energy states. So there's the proof of concept. We have a solid glass, but we can see right through it. It's transparent. And then we have the GANs, and the GANs has different characteristics. But one of the things that's most important is that it creates a rotating field. And then inside that rotating field, well, there's another hole. And it too is transparent. It's not like it's gone or disappeared. It's just transparent. So what causes that hole? And so that's the rotating feedback that we get. And so we find that is a feeding byproduct. Oh, so that's a process. And there's another process. So it becomes a process of a process. And is that double talk? Well, that's the reality dimension, you see, because outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer, because energy is always in motion. So we have to understand how the creation of the universe happened, because the creation of us happened the same way. And so we see in the cover of book number 1, the three matters coming together, but these three matters are all at a different energy state. And so when they come together, they create a field, and then that field is energy in motion. But from that field, it has to have a relationship. And if it has a relationship, then it has to have a charge. So the thing is, do we have to have that relationship at the same energy state? Or can we transcend the different energy states? And so, of course, we can. And that's the big deal. So if we do this transfer of energy on the same energy state, then we have this magnetical gravitational relationship with respect to the field. But if we transcend different energy states, then we have a magnetical gravitational relationship across these fields, involving many fields. And so if the energy is being transferred from one to the other, then there's an emission from one field and an absorption in the other field, and vice versa. And so this becomes the magnetical gravitational ways that charges move. And so that gives us a direction and the strength. Well, so basically, there's a problem when two forces come together, because we lack an understanding. We don't understand the universal harvesting, which is self-enhancement. And what that involves is the relation of some source. We haven't specified which source, but that relationship clearly is to the individual you. That's you. And so you've chosen your planet. And remember, you have to choose before you go there, right? You can't go there and say, oh yeah, well, I'm just going to choose this one because I'm here already. Well, that's not choosing. So you choose your planet before you go to that planet. And so you create these field forces coming together to create this field. And you have these three dimensions. And then you have other people who are deciding, well, we're going to loosh harvest your energy, which becomes a relationship of some individual to the individual you. And this actually creates a self-consumption. And so that becomes a real problem for the luge harvester, because they have a relationship of some other individual to the individual them. You see, it's a two-way street. There's a relationship with you, and there's a relationship with themselves. Well, how can you have a relationship with yourself? But it creates a binding. And so we find that the method of binding energy on this planet boils down to the lies and cheating and stealing and double cross deception. And we find that this is the binding of energy at the expense of others. And this is going to be obsolete, because when we try and figure out where we get this energy from, we tend to look for this multiple choice question. Is it a flash? Is it a glow? Is it a glitter? Is it profitable? Or are we losing? Is it a confidence in losing? How can you have a confidence in losing? You know, if we do this, we're going to lose this. And so, is that a lack of confidence in the creation? Or is that a lack of gravitational stability? And why is that the conclusion? Because we are deciding what we're accounting for and what we are discounting for. Because we're just happy with that blast, or we're happy with that bountifulness, that well, or is it a genetic defect? And how did that genetic defect come about? And so this becomes the discussion. We're discussing principal matter, because we have these PM ticks which are feeding, and they converge together with the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter, and they create this field. And we call this field a Magrav field because it's in balance. But how do you know that? You need to have a reference. And so if this field, and let's say this is man space, and our reference is Earth space, and now we have a reference which we call inertia. And inertia is a field interaction between the two fields. Okay, so there's energy coming in, that's the feeding, and the grounding in the earth is our feedback. And everything else is in between. And so there's many sequences, many combinations, many different energy states. But when we get to the core component and we look very closely to decide, is it plasmatic or is it physical? So when we look at the electron, we find that it is actually a PM tick in motion, which is magnetical. And the electron is made according to the picture on the cover of book number 1, which is the convergence of 3 matters of different energy states. But the electron is part of the atom, and the atom is a marriage with the proton. And so the atom becomes a combination ray, but it's bigger than the electron. Well, of course, because it now has a proton with it. So in relationship, the electron would be magnetical and the atom would be gravitational. So the goal is to have gravitational stability. And so we discuss these inert gases, and of course, that is impossible. Because if a gas were to be inert, then it would be non-existent. Non-existent doesn't mean non-visible. Non-visible means transparent. Well, hello, they're gases, so it's hard to see them. But unless you charge them up, and then they illuminate. And so we find that the inert gases aren't really inert. They are just transmutation sequence providers for elements, which we have on the periodic table. And then we have the combination of the elements, which are the physical molecules. And then we have other products, which are the chemical molecules. And of course, all of us have been producing GANs. These are the plasma molecules. And so you see that all things are in combination. And so there's the physical production, but then there's also the plasmatic. And these are created by the plasma gas molecules. And so we get to choose our natural creation or natural decay. And this is all in the fundamental principle of the twinity. So we see that the relationship with the electron and the proton is the transfer of energy. And that transfer of energy comes from the larger proton to the smaller electron. And then what? So we're just talking about the basic plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But these rules are all based on the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. The net result is the magnetical gravitational forces, which we call the feeding and the feedback forces. And so, are they physical? Are they plasmatic? That's always the question, isn't it? And so we're trying to figure this out. And so we find that if we are making choices, then we don't need to abdicate our choices after we were born, because when you say, well, it's just a child, not qualified. Well, really? Well, that child was born without a rocket. And if a rocket qualifies you to go into space, then a child has made a brilliant choice and is in fact the last child standing. So the last child standing or the last man standing has choices. And that is, we can turn on and turn off the feeding. We can either increase or decrease the strength of the feeding. And as a result, that changes our positioning. So it can enhance or diminish our positioning. And that's not a commentary, that's just a change in positioning. And so we look at the Earth and how it works, and it has binding paths where energy is coming in, and so it's absorbing in, and more is coming in. Well, this is a good thing, because in order for it to maintain itself, remember, the Earth is not inert. The Earth is a living entity, and so energy has to go out through emission, repulsion, the magnetical field forces being emitted. And so there's a balance, and this becomes this balance of Maglev feeding dimensions, where you have more energy coming in and more energy going out. But some energy passes right on through. And so that is possibly a defect. And I think we are at the point now in the post-June 2022 era where we can discuss this. After all, we are in the intermediate inner space teachings. And so when we look at the release of the PM ticks, it happens out from the decay process of the neutron decaying down to the atom process. And that becomes an electron proton process of marriage. But the neutron is extremely gravitationally stable. Well, so is the atom. Well, the PM tick gets released. And guess what? The PM tick is gravitationally stable also, because it is stable to be emitted and stable to be absorbed. And all of this done at light speed. And we didn't say which speed, because clearly it's going farther than the eye could see, and the only distance that the eye can see is measured in light years. And travel from the launch field to the landing field is done instantaneously. And we know that because we have these references on this planet. So when we bring things together, they will bond immediately. When we love someone, we love them immediately. When we talk to someone, we talk to them immediately. So there isn't that massive delay of light years. It would be hard to carry on a conversation if that was the reality dimension, but the reality dimension is there somewhere, and just because we can't see it, we can only see the physicality spectrum. But the physicality spectrum has a substructure, the plasmatic spectrum. And so we can exchange energy on the plasmatic spectrum. We can exchange energy on the physicality spectrum. And we can exchange energy across the reality dimension between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. And we can do that in both directions. And so we see the same thing apply with respect to our Earth. We have twin hemispheric rotations. The North Pole and the South Pole rotate in opposite directions. But that's done plasmatically. The Earth space itself only rotates in the one direction. So the hemisphere of the northern hemisphere and the hemisphere of the southern hemisphere are two rotating fields. And the relationship of the two is the rotating field of the Earth space. And we're on it. And so we see that when we're talking about energy and motion, we're also referencing twin suns. So when we look at the sun, it is structured the same way as the Earth is. And we say that this principal interaction is a two-way street. And this is now what we're looking at, these paths that are between the sun and the Earth. These are the streets of equality. But look, if you look at the size of the Earth and the size of the sun, there's no equality there. So where does the gravitational stability of each one come in? And so now we understand that we have to choose the equality reference point, right? Because the sun is gravitationally stable and the Earth is gravitationally stable. So the size of these two is not the reference point. The field strength is. And so when trying to figure out what are we made of, we see that we can use these X-rays. And they show the gravitational field effect, right? We're gravitationally stable. And so what we're looking at is the materialization effect, right? Materialization is the physical manifestation. And so in terms of these X-rays, it's actually a shadow effect. And sometimes we can see the visible disease effect, and it looks like a shadow. And the thing about these X-rays is they can't see the cells. They can just see the form that the cells make. And they can see these shadows. And so they know that that shadow is derived from something, right? It has to have a relationship to something. So we have over 4,000 different types of cancer. So this communication between what is unseen and what is seen is very stable. And so this intercellular gravitational stability is also stable. But the cancer is a disruption of this stability. And so as such, It's a disruption in the communication, isn't it? Well, this communication is very important when it comes to our positioning, right? So we can enhance or diminish our positioning. So our soul needs to be positioned. And so the soul has positioned itself within our brain, and that's a good thing. It's good to have your soul within you. But when we were born, we had to figure out, we were born in the womb of our mother, and our mother is on earth. But our positioning, was it in the brain or was it in the body? And it's a good thing it wasn't on the earth. That would be kind of messy. So we find this stability, this gravitational stability of the soul in the middle of the brain. And there's a position there. And we can walk around, we can tumble, we can play contact football or roughhousing hockey. We can move around all sorts of ways. And so we find that whether we move left or right or head over heels, these are the magnetical reference point to that center point, which is gravitationally stable. But we're talking about dream state and dreamscapes. And so somehow we have to go from this inside to this outside and cross this supergranular layer. And the reference to a supergranular layer, as we made in the past, is just like the nano coating on the copper wires. But if we allow the soul to leave, we have to make sure that it's anchored, right? Because if it leaves, how's it going to know when to come back and where to come back? And so we have this GPS of the plasma of the soul, and it's controlled by the bandwidth of the field strength of the soul. But we say the soul is anchored in the blood. And we know this is true because if you bleed to death, the soul leaves. And so the question then, more questions, here we go. Well, which soul are we talking about? Are we talking about the soul of the man or the soul of the body? And now we have the souls of the cells? Which one? So we found that the relationship of the sun to the earth is the same as the soul of the man to the soul of the body. Except that when we look at the physicality of the sun, it seems to be an awful lot bigger than the earth. So somehow the soul of the man and the soul of the body are opposite. The soul of the man lives in that tiny brain, and the soul of the body lives in that big body. But that big body is made up of all of these cells, and then there's a soul in the cells as well. So we see that somewhere we made a choice, and that was the choice of the emotion of presence. But that location is the emotion of position. And that's how we've determined. But we haven't determined which soul. Well, so let's go back to the beginning. You know that favorite question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the answer is neither, right? Because they're both feedback. So we've determined that the physical reality is a feedback reality. So the first came the principal matter, right? Because that's the plasma reality. That's the plasma matter. So we got to ask a new question. Which came first in the physical matter? Isn't that what we really want to know? And so here's the shocking revelation, shocking to me. when we look at the x-ray in the first trimester, we can't tell if the embryo is a chicken or a man. But what we do see is that the heart materializes. And the heart materializes before the brain. So, I didn't know this. It was never my field of interest. And I didn't even see the significance of it. But this becomes extremely important, right? Because we see that the emotion of position affects our physicality. Because not only is our physicality in reference to this planet, but our lungs are positioned within our body. And of course, our heart is positioned within the body. And, the head is positioned on top of the body. That's a good thing, because sooner or later, we're going to get a brain. But you see, if the heart precedes the brain, and so what we're looking at is the embryo before you were born, in other words, not born. And how many of you remember before you were born? I would say that the majority of us cannot remember before we were born. You know what? We can't even remember after birth, right? Think of the first time that you can remember something. Can you remember? It wasn't when you were born. Imagine if you remembered was being born and what a traumatic experience that is, and it's capped off with a little slap on the butt that you get from the doctor. Probably be a reflex reaction. You'd slap them right back, wouldn't you? But, you don't remember. It doesn't matter. And then sometimes, we can't even remember what happened yesterday, right? We say, oh, that person is absent-minded. Or we get into an accident and we have a concussion. And maybe it's so severe, we go into a coma. And I can't remember. Or we get old. We forget things. Oh, we call it Alzheimer's. But you know what? All of us, when we go to sleep at night, we have this problem remembering our dreams. And so that's a kind of amnesia. And so this is the second astounding thing. Couldn't explain why we can't remember. And the thing is, all of these are a commentary on brain function. Well, hello. If the heart was created before the brain, and the brain is where you keep your memory, the reason you can't remember is because if you don't have a brain, you don't have the capability of remembering. And the remembering that we're talking about is in the conscious state, the conscious physical state. But we already know that in the unconscious state, we're capable of making a choice. We chose to be born. We chose to be born with a system that didn't use a rocket, right? And we were born on Earth, and our target shooting was accurate. So what we're talking about is the difference between the physicality and our dream state. So then the question becomes, why do we need to sleep? I say, well, we need rest. Well, the physicality needs rest, but the soul doesn't need rest. Well, which soul? we're still stuck on that. Is the soul of the man, the soul of the body, the soul of the cells? Well, wait a second. If the soul can travel, then, is that who leaves? What about the soul of the body? Does the soul of the body want to leave? Well, wait a second. Who's staying behind? Well, the physicality stays behind, right? When you put your physical body in a bed, you go to sleep, and then you go dream. You make some of these dream connections. So the physicality stays behind. Well, who's looking after business? Who's minding the fort? Is it the brain? Is it the cells? Well, I guess it would be good for the cells to do that, wouldn't it? Because the cells have a soul, so they can take care of business, can't they? You don't have to do anything, you just have to remain alive. So maybe it's not the brain. Well, who's minding the brain? Oh, I can't remember. Well, maybe that's where the problem is. So now we see the relationship between the heart and its emotion and the brain. And so people who are clairvoyant can see the souls as they leave their bodies when the body goes to sleep. And so these souls travel along what we call this peace dome. And this peace dome seems to be the soul of the body of the earth dome. So our souls are interacting with the soul of the earth. Isn't that interesting? But the thing is, the soul of the earth is at the core. So the soul of the earth body would be in the plasma dome. Which soul of the man's body would be at this level? Is it the soul of the body or is it the soul of the man? Well, keep asking more questions. Well, if we're going to travel into space, then we're obviously going to go beyond. And who's going there? Well, for sure it's going to be the soul, isn't it? Because it's leaving the cell souls to take care of business. And where do you go? Well, I guess you can choose. Oh, you can choose? Well, don't you need a brain to choose? Don't you need a physicality to choose? Well, obviously not, because the heart created the physicality before the brain did in the physicality of the earth space. And why? Well, why is not the question. Why is the answer? You go every time you go to sleep. That's automatic. How is the question? And the key is that it's safe. You can go in your dream safely and you can come back. And you're not going to miss the target. But probably you can't remember. Well, we're coming into an era where you can remember. And that's going to be a difference. So then the question then comes, is it just the soul that goes into the dreamscape, or does the soul of the body also go into the dreamscape? And if the soul of the body goes, well, wait a second. The soul of the body is bigger than the soul, right? Because the soul of the body lives in the soul, and the soul of the man lives in that pea brain. Oh, What if the soul expands? And why is the soul going? So let's see what happens in physicality, right? You all want to have an in-person meeting. Isn't it nice? Hey, let's all go to the coffee shop and we'll sit down and have a meeting. Well, that's not practical if, we're here in North America and others are in Europe or Asia. So maybe we'll make a phone meeting. We'll use cell phones or we'll use the Zoom. Well, wait a second. When you go to sleep, maybe we'll make a dream meeting. Why don't we make a dream meeting? Who are we going to meet with? Oh, well, we get to choose. And do we remember? And do we know why? Well, what's interesting is with the new cosmic compact units, we can now connect. We can connect on a planetary level, and we can connect on an interplanetary level. You see, because the universal pathway will never lead you astray. And so this is the new science. The science, how it transcends the dynamic plasma boundaries, where we have the feeding radiance that comes from within and the feedback radiance that comes from without. And then this is the manifestation, at least of the plasmatic manifestation, and possibly the physical manifestation. It doesn't matter. The inner space field is a manifestation and a shadow of the soul spectrum. And so when we look at what Herman Wheel is saying now, it throws a different light on the matter. So a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment in time. Okay, well, one portion of our matter is the soul, another portion is the soul of the body, and another portion, well, we have the soul of the cells, and another portion is the physicality. And so it can be in part of a space at a definite moment. Okay, so before I go to bed, the soul is in the body, but after I go to sleep and I begin to dream, the soul is leaving the body. And so we find that there's no such thing as one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. You can't be in two places at the same time. The soul can't be here and be there. But the soul has the soul of the body to work with. And the soul of the body has the soul of the cells to work with. And the soul of the cells has the body to work with. And all of them work together. And so this is the embodiment of the principles of flow and connection. And isn't that funny? The stupid Atlanteans knew this before the smart Westerners of today. Because in their materials, in their drawings, in their clothing, in their teachings, they had organized presentations of the 64 triple base codons of the DNA and the RNA. Like, we can't even remember where we came from, and we're discussing DNA and RNA. Yeah, because the RNA is the universal energy that brought us here. But except that the RNA is an inner space spectrum of ourselves, and we're all unique, almost 8 billion of us. And so this was part of the feeding radiance. And as it manifested itself on this planet, we had to share the earth space energies. This is a key point. And so that becomes the DNA modification. It's the feedback radiance. And so the feedback radiance is coming from the two sources. One is the physical reality, or the inertia. In other words, the blending of the feeding and the feedback radiance is the inertia, which is a manifestation. And so that would be a plasma reality. And if it's a materialization, that would be a physical reality. And so what we find as we change our environment, what we call the potentiation of hydrogen, we find that our DNA changes as well. Well, if our DNA changes, then the communication changes, doesn't it? And so that's why we see the change from an unhealthy to a healthy situation. The healthy situation is very stable. But if we go overly alkaline, that's not good. But if we go overly acidic, well, that's not good either. So the healthy part is the gravitationally stable part. And that would be the pH of the healthy blood serum. Oh, then the blood is, well, the blood is connected to the heart, isn't it? So we're trying to conquer outer space. We have to understand this concept of gravitational stability. And so when we're looking at the relationship of the earth and the man, we find there's the souls of the body, and there's a physical body. And so the question becomes, are you the lord of your castle? Well, if you are, then there's a master-slave relationship. Is there a master-slave relationship between you and you, the soul of you and the soul of your body, and your physical body? And so we find that this relationship is a magnetical gravitational relationship seeking a balance, and that balance is a maggrav. And so when we look at the scientific responsibility, we find that that's part of the relationship, and the spiritual responsibility is the other part of the relationship. And so we find that the plasma science, by adding to the knowledge, is the third dimension. And how can we transcend these various dimensions, and at what rate of change? And so that becomes the question when we're analyzing these relationships. So when we're looking at this emotional point of our emotional position, it is transcending the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And so we say the physical reality is our gravitational stability, and the plasmatic reality allows us to dream, or the plasmatic reality allows us to create. And this is allowing us to go beyond the soul limitations as we understand it. Because the soul limitations, if they're based on the physical reality, then you become a legend in your own mind. But if we can transcend out of the physical reality, expand the soul beyond our man-made limitations, and then we can start transcending the reality dimensions. And we can be like, when we dream, we can be like PM ticks, energy feeding packs, and we can be very gravitationally stable. And so the direction of flow becomes a magnetical reference point. And the reference point to what? Well, we have to make some choices. And so the earth has made choices, and as such has created this periodic table of elements. Well, when did the earth make these choices? How did the earth do that? And so we're not going to go into these details here, But see, when we look at the cups of life and how we created from the physicality of Earth's choices, we actually were creating ganses, CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, and copper GANs, and the amino acid GANs and the water GANs. All of these ganses we created it because we wanted to. And if you ever find that you give the cup of life to someone that they fail in creating these ganses, it's because they're missing something. And that's the heart. They're missing the emotion. The ganses and the water have an affinity of exchanging energy. And they do that through the fields of emotion. And since these cups of life are established in the physical realm, then we're looking from the physical point of view, aren't we? And so we have now created a plasmatic condition, magnetic and gravitational field forces, and a home for the soul. And the combination of the cup of soul, the cup of emotion, and the cup of physicality creates a magnetical gravitational field and a home for the soul. And the thing is that you created it. And where did you create this? So the result is the interaction with you, the cup of life, and the cup of earth. You're involved. You are part of the process. You make the choice. It's the 5 cups of life, plus you, plus your soul. And you give it life. This is the dynamic plasma relationship. From this inner space field, we can have transmission. And that field extends around us, just like the peace dome. But it can carry on farther out, just like the planets. So that's all part of the sun space field. So the sun space has a field in which the planets are part of, and then we are in the Earth space field, and yet we want to go into the dreamscape. And so we find that the sun, as a catalytic energy provider, is providing everywhere. It doesn't decide. Who decides? The receiver. And as such, the receiver becomes unique. And so this is where the modification comes in with the environment. And so what we've been accustomed to is trying to predict this environmental modification. But we see in some cases it becomes a violation of our space. And there has to be an emotional relationship. Well, between what? So it's between our space and some other space, right? So what our space is determined by is our inner space. So our inner space has to have a relationship with some other physical space, right? Because our space made a choice, and our choice was to come to this earth, which is a physical space. So it's some spaces inner space versus some spaces physical space, right? Because we're not the only ones out there, right? Because there's an inner space and an outer space, because the outer space is the transmutation to some other space. Also, this is all determined by emotional position. That's what's important. And so the dynamic plasma has feeding radiance and the feedback radiance, and this crosses the reality dimension. And so now we understand that the soul of the man, well, that's you. That's you. That's your interacting between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state. And the soul of the body, well, that's the surrogate you, right? You can't be in two places at the same time. So this is your body, and it's interacting between the plasmagen and the environment state. So can the soul of the body go with you into the dream state? The answer is yes. Because you have emotional stability, right? Because now you have a brain and you have a heart, and that is part of the physical body. But that is all controlled by the cells, and each cell has a soul. So we're taking care of business here, right? We're taking care because the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body, and the right side of the body controls, right side of the brain controls the left side of the body, right? And this is kind of important because we see that there's another, because the home of the emotion between the male and the female is not inside the body. That's why we have mommies and daddies in the marriage body. And the link is not a physical link. The link is an emotional link. The interaction is a physical interaction. So the emotional interaction of one and the emotional interaction of the other, not the same one, a different one, but one and one, and we create offspring. Now we say the blood is thicker than water. Well, yeah, because of the emotional connection, right? And then we have the extended family, and the extended family will grow in many different ways. One is obviously through marriage, and another is through divorce or other relationships. So where we think there's a physical connection, it's not the defining factor. The emotional connection is the defining factor. That's what determines the relationship, and we get to choose. So the thing is, it may be part of your family, and that's what you see, but that's not the truth. The truth is what's inside and what's being emitted. You need to look at the emission field, and the universal community has this capability. And so we seem to discount that, right? We have to choose what we account for, what we discount for. So we account for what we know, and we discount for what we don't know. And so we do some genetic modification. But what happens if that genetic modification is reversible? So what does that mean exactly? Well, if the modification is in physicality and the higher strength feeds the lower strength, then the genetic code is intact. It's the DNA code that gets modified. And we see the same thing happen in our family connections. Because we have this biological physical concern, and we have this legal physical concern. But we also have this biological emotional connection. But, you know, sometimes we have surrogate parents. And then, of course, we have the egg and the sperm. But if through the marriage of the egg and the sperm creates the embryo, and the heart precedes the brain, which is the residence of the soul, when exactly does the soul choose to be born? Maybe it can change its mind. Oh, I don't like that. That was a good thought, but on second thought, it's not working. So, the thing is, we need to make a genetic connection. And so we find that the maternal RNA connection is also the universal connection. So we have to look at the modification coming from the paternal side, shall we say, the genetic donor. And so we make choices. We make family choices. And even after we have our physical manifestation or our physical materialization, we find that, well, those families could break up as well. And we choose other families. And these families are not biological. It could be a gang family. But if it could be that family, then it could be another family. Well, couldn't it be a global family? Well, whatever family that is, it could be an adopted family. And does it have to be a planetary adopted family? Could it be a universal family? And that would only make sense, right? Because we can't remember where we came from. So we didn't come from the planet, did we? We arrived on this planet. We were born here. And so these are part of the conflicts that we have. We're trying to figure out this tug of war between man-made law and universal law, between this physical and emotional positioning. And it breeds a racial prejudice, right? Oh, you're black or you're white, or, well, wait a second, you're from Earth or you're from Mars. What's the difference? It's still a prejudice, isn't it? Or how about an universal prejudice? We're from the sun space and you're from, the planet Zeus, wherever that is, right? Oh, and so this affects your emotional position, doesn't it? So the whole thing about this dreamscape elevation, which is what the soul is doing in the position of the dreaming, is making arrangement. And it can do this because the physical body has a gravitational stability, and the soul of the man has a magnetical stability. And when we say it's magnetical stability, that means it can move, it can travel. And so now we have different types of choices. We can travel with the soul of the man. We can travel with the soul of the body. We can travel with the soul of the cells. They're all souls. But there's a new game in town. The thing about it, there are things that we can't see. So from the dreamscape point of view, if we have these cell souls that are governed by the soul of the body, that are governed by the soul of the man, and if the earth has the soul of the earth and the soul of the earth body, then the universal community must have the same. And so when we talk about the dreamscape point of view, we have to ask ourselves, is it from the man space? Is it from the earth space? Is it from the universal community space? What is the source of your inspiration? Because we're giving and taking from somewhere. And who's the leader here? It looks like we're all followers. So who's the leader? And who does the leader follow? And so what we're finding is that when we work with the soul of the earth body via the peace dome, we find that we create this dynamic plasma interaction. And this is the point. We need to work with the soul of the earth body. All things in combination. What? We're missing something. This biosphere of peace. The vertical people's dreamscape. Hello. Right? They have the same dreams, don't they? They have the same soul of the vertical people, soul of the body of the vertical people, the soul of the cells of the vertical people. So we see that the universe is emotionally normal. And so the earth is seeking freedom and emancipation. And we have chosen so we can choose the existential adaptation to the harvest of the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe. We have that capability. So we wonder why our pursuit of happiness is such a failure. Is because we have a failure of choice in terms of our emotional position. We have never launched a rocket into outer space. And we've all preferred to come to the Earth space as opposed to, let's say, Mars space. And look at all the other space. And so we see that the basic map of the emotional position has to do with the magnetical gravitational field forces of the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance across the reality dimension. And so there has to be a relationship. So when you're looking at the soul sequencing, we still haven't got it right. The soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth is what attracts the soul of the man. Right? So the soul of the earth has to be here first. So the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun is what attracts the soul of the earth. Right? The soul of the earth has to be here first. Then the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth, that can attract the soul of the earth body. Oh, well, the earth has to be here first, right? So now that we have an earth body, now the soul of man can attract the soul of the body. Well, there we go. Now we're cooking. Well, then the soul of the sun body plus the soul of the earth body will manifest in the physicality of the earth. So now that we have a physicality of the earth, now we have a place to go. So it's the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body that manifests the physicality of the body. And now we have a place for our soul to go. But wait a second. Didn't we say that the heart was here first? I don't remember. And now we want to go to Mars. We're only few weeks away. So we have to understand that our man space here includes our souls, includes our emotions, and manifests into a physicality. And there's a sequence. And so it involves the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the soul of the cells. And something's missing. Something's missing. So we all came to Earth, and Earth has the same sequence. And this is the key point. We all came to Earth. We all made the same choice. Because of the bountifulness of this earth. So now we understand that there's things to take into account and things to discount. And so if we are looking at whether we're spineless or gutless or heartless or mindless or brainless or spiritless or soulless or godless, that becomes our point of view. And so that could be the dream state of a jellyfish. And some people have different ambition. Some have ambition just to have ambition. And then there's others who dream of being a virus. Well, the good news is that a virus manifests into protein. And it's all part of the amino acids. And that's why they're called the cups of life, and we can produce that. We can give it the emotional strength that it needs for the soul to get into that core space. And so we find that the dreamscape of our inner space is the same. The earth space landscape is heaven. And the man space dreamscape is peace. We are inherently peaceful. And this is where the science meets the soul of man for peace. And we are now using our beyond dream ships to set up the transmutation dreamscape. We are in the post-December 16th era, and we can make choices how we can transmutate through space and have that bountiful space, but we have to do it in a graceful way. And so today is a very special day. And we had to figure out who was coming for dinner. And we'll talk about that. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teaching us on plasma science. We're calling all Earth space patriots. Now, make that conscious choice that you've already made in the dreamscape. There's a World Peace Treaty, sign it. Sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul, sign it with a pen, but sign it with sincerity. All of these spaces have overlapping fields of life, choices, free from boundaries or abuse. Follow that emotion of position map. It's made by the universal community, and that's your travel guide. So we see that the gravitational transformation on our earthbound physical and emotional level comes from the connection of the transparency point and the manifestation point. So this transmutation becomes an adaptation and awareness of the inner space emotional construct, and connects equally to the universal broadcast of inner space of freedom. So the inner space dreamscape adapts with and chooses man's morality. So yeah, you have to choose wisely and dare to dream. The plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And that's the end of today's lesson, and it's also the end of the intermediate interspace series. Thank you all. I hope you had an enjoyable trip.
Thank you, Alex. Does this mean we graduated in a way? Thank you for helping us to gain more confidence in this vast, vast body of knowledge.
So
And
the test, Mark, becomes
yes.
if you remember your dreams.
Sometimes. Sometimes I do, but even the universal citizens that are here, and apparently Mr. Keshe said they had one in the system, or at least one, he'd also forgotten where he came from, and or how to get back home. So if a third of the people on this planet are not from here, and again, they're just hiding in the physicality like Mr. Keshe is, I often think it's they also could be hiding in a physicality like a tree or a bush. You must have to leave something at the door before you enter if you can't remember where you've come from. And maybe that's part of this appearing in the matter state. Otherwise, you would really appear as a magician here, wouldn't you? If you carried all the capabilities you had and knowledge while you were a passenger of the universe, let's say?
Well, there is a condition, you see, and that is a condition if you're disconnected. That is a man-made condition, not a universal condition. So the new technology will, shall we say, correct that.
Yes, apparently there's going to be a lot of corrections or things moving into different positions. As he said, galaxies and stars and so many other things will move into a position where they can obviously understand moving between the matter state and the state of energy. So with thank you again, Alex, and with our newfound confidence, let's see if any of the participants would like to bring something forward about this. As long as it's within what Alex has just shared, or within what happened earlier today, or within the structure of the foundation. That leaves a lot open for discussion. Well, let's ask this question. Is anyone here for the first time? We always like to ask that during this intermission in a way. If you're here for the first time, please tell us your name and where you're from and how you possibly found the Keshe Foundation or this group. So we hear in, oh, go ahead. Did someone?
It was only me.
Okay. You're allowed to talk back to the teacher here. This is one of the things that we can do. In so many university settings or class, if you kind of question what the teacher says, you may not get that grade on your report or your test that you thought you would. You may fall out of disfavor, but not here. We can question things because nobody is wrong, but yet no one is 100% right also at the same time. And there's so many things. I mean, these last 3 sessions that we had, the 471, 2, and 3, again, they're all amazing. It's all connected to every other workshop. And I think as we move forward in the knowledge, we'll start to see some of these things more and more. I was thinking about the creation of the earth, or let's say, well, let's take the earth. Mr. Keshe says it started as a speck, and then over millions and billions of years, it built up fields. It must have, again, the plasmas need to give and they need to take. And this process takes billions and billions of years, apparently, whether it's a star or maybe not. But this is what I'm thinking. This is what he shared, I think, with us in the process of creation, or perhaps it's in the formation of the Universal Council video. I'm not sure where I've seen this. But apparently the soul of this planet is in pain, and it's not correct in the view of some of its citizens. Because it's short on energy, it has to take energy from what it's created. And I don't think this will be the performa of what we do when we go out in space. I know Mr. Keshe said this soul is suffering, the soul of this planet is suffering. So perhaps it wasn't a correct creation. I don't think, well, the ones that know, I know he says that what you create in the future will be seen as correct in the view of the created, so to speak. So that's why we need to correct this. But in the future, other things that are created, and again, I'm just sort of guessing or surmising at this, it'll be more of a perfect creation, let's say, where the planet doesn't take so much from its citizens, which leaves, because the soul of this planet is short, it's leaving us short, which causes our wanting to take that extra energy from another entity. In a way, the same as the planet is taking from our structure, as I understand it. And again, this is just my view of things.
Mark, if I may open up, because people are reluctant to speak, or they're still mulling
Sure.
over the concepts.
Sure.
But many of us at the panel here today did travel, shall we say, into outer space this morning. And the subject matter was dinner, food, feeding. But we didn't say what kind of feeding. And we didn't say, when I say we didn't say what kind of feeding, I'm talking, did we feed food? Did we feed an emotional encouragement? Did we feed energy supplementation? Did we feed knowledge? So, well, it's D, all of the above, whatever the multiple choice is. The point being is that we all are being fed all the time. And our perspective and our point of view has been, up until this time, exclusively from the earthbound point of view. And so we now have a different point of view. And what we were examining in a small sentence, we were examining the new feeding system. And so that not only nourishes us, but it changes, shall we say, the mode of operation and the point of view. And this is what's key. So we are dealing in the past tense now. This is not something, in the future. We are in the post-December 16th era, and we took another giant step. We are running out of steps here, because what we've done here is we have proven the concept. But what I have done today in this class is reiterated the concept of the obvious. So we understand that we are physical. We understand that, we've made cars, but we all understand that we've made children, and we understand that we were born. So we don't exactly know what this new technology is doing, but we know that it exists. And so what's been made plain is that we have not gone that extra mile or light year, shall we say, to figure out how we were born. It doesn't seem to be important. It's like, oh, well, we're here. Well, how did you get it? Well, that doesn't matter. Well, we're here. But if you don't know how you got here, then you're not just here, you're stuck here. And if you're stuck here, well, maybe your neighbor is stuck with you being here also, because what we've done is we've cut off this advanced technology, but we've cut it off at the desired point. That is the desire to learn about this technology or the desire to understand this technology. And so the key point being is that we came to Earth as children and we are now adults. Well, why didn't we come as adults? Well, the thing is, of course, that mommy would be in a lot more pain than she was when we came as children. Okay, well, that's the obvious answer. Okay, so that's good. But the thing is, we want to travel into outer space. So the question then becomes are we going to travel and leave here as adults and arrive somewhere else as a child? Well, no, that's not what we're going to do. And so how are we going to do this? And so now we've identified the questions, we've identified the problem, and we've seen the conclusion. And the conclusion is that we were born in the physicality and the heart materialized before the brain. Well, if the brain is the seat of the soul and the soul is the governor, how come the governor wasn't here first? And this becomes a really, really important question. And so we find that each and every one of us is our own governor. And if that is the case, now we have demonstrated equality. And if that is the case, and we've demonstrated a feeding system, and that feeding system did not discriminate. So what will be talked about next week, and you have a preview here, we had some pizza, and we had some Chinese food, and we had some water, and we had a good time.
Don't forget the rice and banana.
I forgot the rice and banana.
And plus everything else that was in the GAN state, and some things he said we're not even aware of. And I don't know what that is, but there were many combinations, many different things were placed in the system, he said, and this is what we actually connected with.
So you try and explain this to your family or your neighbor or a perfect stranger, or when you go to sleep and you dream and your soul goes to have a meeting, who is it going to meet with? And is it only going to meet with other earth souls? Souls who are on earth, shall we say? Or is it going to meet with souls of the universal community? Who's choosing? How do you know to make that choice? So the ball game has changed. And so our understanding has to catch up. So we now have proof of concept, and we're all going through that. And we only have a few weeks to get acclimatized to this change, because what's coming in 4 weeks is going to be the realization the real realization that after we were born, we've never been in outer space except in our dreams. Back to you, Mark.
Well, I'm very appreciative of Mr. Keshe's teaching on the soul, because it's always been taught as some sort of abstract, I think, more or less, in a way, at least in the organized areas, let's say. It was always something outside. It was non-tangible. We couldn't quite put our understanding on it, but now we're getting a much clearer understanding, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Keshe for opening this up. And this was deliberately kept away. I don't know if they have some of this knowledge, we'll say the Pope or the rabbis or the Ayatollahs, but they didn't want you to discover it, because this would really set you free, and realize you don't need all these intermediaries. I mean, even to the point where the soul has to be saved. As Mr. Keshe said, there's no soul that needs to be saved. That would be like saying, you know, the creator needs to be saved because you're made out of the essence of his soul. So there's been a real misleading, intentional misleading. So they don't have to close the shop right away. But this is coming, I think. And of course, we'll be meeting with the world leaders next month, and probably some of the religious leaders along the way in some of these meetings. I don't know what the meetings are going to be other than the next one with this interaction with the world leaders.
So I asked a question, and I
Yes.
wonder maybe people might want to help me out with the answer here. I have my own opinion, but one of the things we know that when we go into dream state, we have to take care of the business and the physicality. So I think I'm pretty confident in saying that the souls are taking care of business. They don't really have to make any decisions, right? They don't have to, you know, decide whether they're going to go bowling or whether they're going to go to the supermarket. They just have to hang around. So the question then becomes, what is the soul of the body doing in the dream state? Is it kind of hovering around, or is it accompanying the soul through the travels?
Alex, it's Dean here. May I come in?
You're more than welcome, Dean. How are you, buddy?
I'm okay, Alex. How are you?
I've done enough talking. Go ahead.
So, my experience today. So I was present today in this system, the feeding system, and so I took a position this time where before I actually led horizontal, and I found myself in the sessions I've been in, that I sort of drifted off because I was in that sort of horizontal position. So the angle, I changed my angle this time. I sat up, and so the position of my head and the angle I was at was completely different to the last sessions. And in this session, I didn't have as big as an interaction. I seemed to go through a position where I had the same thing where my body went cold down certain areas of my body. This was when the first half an hour happened, when we were told to expand ourselves and let the energies build in our brain, in our head, in our soul, and then expand this out. And I went through the same sort of transmutation feeling that I had before, after settling down, listening to lots of things going on. And then we went through the various stages, and I found that this time, I was listening right to the end today, and I know many people gave testimonials saying that they experienced many beautiful things with tasting certain of the dishes, you know, the pizzas and, you know, all the Chinese foods and all the other elaborate ganses, as Marcus said, that were present, and actually tasting the water. I didn't get any of those sort of sensations of real taste at all this time. But however, I did go through many positions where, first of all, I had when we first started, a very big tingling on the front of my tongue, right on the tip of my tongue, it lasted for quite some time. And then this position through the various stages changed, and it went to more of a further up the tongue, and it was a different sort of a tingling sensation. And then other parts of the process where I went through was I felt pressure in the top of my head in certain locations, and I could definitely feel an expansion in of the soul, or something within the brain structure that was interacting. This was very relevant for me today. And there was one point today where, even though I was sat up, I noticed that when I really let myself go, took away the physical interactions as much as possible, I started concentrating on soul aspects of the Universal Council and other aspects, that the soul immediately went into that other position. And I sort of, it's not blanking out, but I was very unaware of my physicality. Now, whether this was for a split second or for longer, I couldn't tell you. However, I know that in that moment, in that split second, I received what I needed to receive. And that was an instance that I had. So overall, my experience wasn't of all these wonderful interactions other people had, but I was very aware of things happening, and the noises and all that were going on, of the systems, the units going off, and others speaking and snoring and falling asleep and coughing and spluttering. They were all part of it again, but you come to a position to just let it happen. You don't when you go into the next position I spoke about, where you open up you really go into the soul aspect, none of that becomes apparent at all. That all just completely drifts away. And then you receive the energies, that spectrum of energies that you require. It seemed to me anyway. So that was my experience. There's more, but that's all I can remember in this exact moment. So I don't know if that helps, Alex. And I know that doesn't really answer your question, but it just gives a general understanding of what I experienced today.
Dean,
yeah,
do you want to try and answer the question?
So yeah, my soul definitely went with me. The soul went, and I would say the body was. I would say it probably stayed here, and the soul just went off.
So is that what you think we do when we dream?
When we dream, yeah, I think the body is stationary. It's a vessel. It's it's a.
No, the body is, yes, we agree. Yeah. But I'm talking about the soul of the body in the dreamscape. Is the soul of the body accompanying the soul?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So yes, the body. I would say that the aura of the body, that the soul of the body would have gone off with the soul. Yes, I sense that anyway.
I think it perhaps is how heavy that physicality is for the soul to take, or how much baggage, let's say, it has. That could be one of the limiting factors of not taking the physicality with it.
Depends on the destination, Mark. Where are you going to? And that is something that the soul of physicality may be still dictating to the soul, on a tether, that where they go within the limitations of the environment that they travel to. So the soul may want to go further, but the body, again, it's a retrospective sort of question. You can look at it from different viewpoints. You could say that you could keep the body here and let the soul completely go, or you could go into the earth space, as Alex would say, and then the soul is still positioned with the soul, I would say.
But what will happen if, let's say now, you decide to go to Mars space? So while you're in your physicality here, because that's what we've been doing. We've been doing simulated the flight experience. So the physical transmutation was turned off, and so we were practicing the soul transmutation. So if we were going to Mars space, would the soul and the soul of the body go as a tandem to Mars space?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you hurt yourself?
It could be either way. It could be either way. It could be that the soul goes there.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
No. Exactly. It really it depends. If I was from Mars, would I have that physical body the same? It just happens to be that we're present here on the planet Earth, and in this physical body,
we're not taking the physical body.
I'm on about this soul of the physical body.
Yeah, just the soul.
Just
of
the soul.
body.
Yeah. Yeah. So so for me, that body would on the Earth, within this environment, it seems quite obviously. We know it's dense. On Mars, I don't know, because I don't know Mars in my physical body here right now. I may have been there, but I don't remember. So it's that situation. We're still creating the environment we want to go into with our thoughts and intentions. And this transmutation we're going through is this filtering, gradual learning process that we're all, re-establishing connections. And whether we are traveling with the soul of physicality, I think, as I said, Alex, sometimes yes, and sometimes maybe not.
So, Dean, based on the intentions, the one who makes that decision would be the soul.
I would say yes. Yeah. Ultimately, the soul, of course, and then, but the soul of physicality still has a big, dependent upon the environment you're anchored to, has a big say in it. And so that's that magnetical gravitational field, and that's all the, all the emotions and everything that runs through the physical, physicality soul. All those emotions and experiences you have are the anchor point. And so when you, through these systems we're experiencing now, and what I spoke about earlier, for me, my experience, that there's going to be an opening up of the plasma. My physical body in its physical state has certain conditions that need balancing. It's an emotional thing that's happened to me through my lifetime, and so there's certain aspects of me that have certain positions, feel strengths that are I say anchored, that are tied to this earthly realm. And we all have this. I'm speaking for myself, but I believe all of us have this sort of these situations. And so it's through these teachings that you're giving today, and through the experiences of going into this transmutation, that we're gradually learning to reconnect and loosen those, so that we can then be more of a free will, being able to travel from point A to point B. And from what has been spoken in many of the teachings, we already know that we can be in all positions at once, so we can take all the positions. However, it's establishing that first jump, whether it's with the soul of physicality or whether it's with just the soul. However, it's that first initial jump that we make, and then once we understand that, then I think all the other space gaps and everything else will open itself up gradually, and that will be the joining for me, or I'm speaking for myself, with the universal flow.
So I agree with you totally. That's beautiful. I love that. Thank you. Now, if you're willing to do this, then these possibilities open up to you. And so that means there are those who would be unwilling. Wouldn't that be correct?
There's many that are unwilling, yes. Yeah,
and
many
so,
people are very physical and do not want to. I admit myself, Alex, that I find it difficult. I still want to have a physical existence. And
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the intermediate travel of the soul and the soul of the body. So if let's say you're the president of a country,
Mm-hmm.
and if you, as a ruler, you would you would actually lose that power. So would you then forbid the soul of the body to travel with the soul?
In answer to the first bit of it, for a president, whoever, a leader, we already are part of them. And that's what we need to understand, that we're all part of each other, and we all have tiny parts of us within each of us. And the next bit is, yeah, the soul of physicality. So if you're a leader, then if you can understand that you can allow the physical, the soul and the soul of physicality to take another position, then you understand that you don't really have any power over any other soul. It's just the physical body and the manifestation of all this that's happening. But the soul of physicality and the soul has no position over any other soul. And I think the world leaders, many that listen to these, and we know many do, they understand this, but they're holding on, they're anchored. And
So-
when they reach that understanding, they will let go.
So, Dean, if they don't want to let go, then can we say that they would, shall we say, prevent the soul of physicality to go, to
Yeah.
interact?
I would say yes, Alex. Yeah.
Okay. Now, different question. Assuming that they can do that, and I think we're all on the table saying yes, they can do that. So, can they prevent the soul from wanting to go?
Good question. Yeah, because it's confined within the physical body. So unless they have an intention, then the soul is confined within the blood structure of the physical body. So until that withers away, or that's there's an accident or something, then that is still very much connected. So until that position, yes, they can stop.
Okay, so I disagree with you on that. Does anyone else have any comment?
Well, isn't the soul, if Moses's soul is perfect, isn't the world leader's soul perfect as well? I mean, Mr. Keshe keeps talking about maturing the soul. And maybe this is the bringing back the remembrance of its capabilities, of the zero-time communication, of the transmutation, of growing limbs, of feeding itself. Maybe this is the maturing part, but it's already perfect. If Moses' soul is perfect, then the world leader's soul must be perfect as well. Again, it all boils down to the soul of physicality that's creating the misconduct, the lion, as we refer to it.
So Mark, we're going to find this out soon enough, because as Alex has said earlier, and you've said, we know, and Mr. Keshe has spoken about, the next stage will be to bring the world leaders in and to set the seed. So we're coming to a position where we're all going to find this out and experience this. And so we're going to the soul of humanity is going to, as one soul, then maybe in answer to your question, Alex, in looking at it from another viewpoint, yes, the soul has the ability to travel wherever it wants. Needs to, I should say. It's that consciousness that is, if all the universes and the creator is within us, then yes, we have the ability to be in any position at any point, and it's just a matter of us understanding that free flow of energy, which we are going through the process of that filtering process of gradually understanding this. And then some of us have parts of it, and others of it have the other parts. But gradually, the knowledge seekers and many people that are involved in this are that all the souls have started to come together as one, and then it will be a position of there'll be no position to have, because it's just we'll all be in total peace with ourselves and the environment. And then, as Mr. Keshe said, when you come into these fields, the world leaders wouldn't travel; they won't walk in. But when the envelope becomes the earth, then you're part of it. There's nowhere to go. So then the one soul of all of us becomes the traveler of space and time, in position again, which we already are anyway.
This is great. So you guys run next week's class, okay?
Alex, your teachings are very advanced, so we have to do it, the way that we understand it.
Well, you guys have hung in there with me, and we're still on the inner space thing, but we're going into the advanced series, so a lot of people don't even want to know that. So, but thanks for your answer. It's a beautiful answer, and you too, Mark. So much for all your excuses. That was a brilliant answer.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Mark. You will
all of us.
add to the knowledge. All of us, yeah.
Thank we.
Thank we.
Mr.
There's
Keshe.
many knowledge seekers there today, Mark. I noticed that are in the background, and there's many that have come to the foreground. Many souls, and I see the interactions, and the more that you go into the systems, and you're involved in the technology, you see more of the interactions that many of humanity have not experienced it yet, wouldn't understand. It's a very gradual filtering process of, and I've noticed this a lot myself recently, is where you're starting to realize these souls are all one, and they can position themselves wherever they want in place, time, and position. And I see this with my interactions within being present in the environment of this systems that are being built, which is for everybody to experience. That's kind of a roundabout way of saying things.
Yeah, I didn't. The first thing I wanted was a French pastry, a peach French pastry with confectionery sugar on it. And the only taste I thought I interacted with was my tongue touching the confectionery sugar, this powdered sugar that's put on it. But I didn't really smell anything, taste anything, or see anything. Although when the meeting ended, and Mr. Keshe was talking about a bowl of fruit that they put into the unit, all kinds of, I had a definite smell of almost like a bouquet, but it was fruits, and it only was just a flash, and then it disappeared. But it was after the meeting when people were giving their testimonies, and he said, we put a bowl of fruit, all kinds of fruit in there. And that's when I had that, just maybe less than 1 second. But it's almost like when you walk by a bouquet of flowers and you get that scent of it in a way. That was the only real physical sensation I had. My stomach was growling during the meeting. I thought I said that earlier, that I thought it was going to get picked up by the mic. That went away, and it did growl a little while later. I made a cup of coffee after, and it just did. Maybe about 45 minutes ago, the stomach growled a little bit. The noise it makes, sort of like it has that empty sound in it, but now it's just right back to where it was. So we're just, I mean, satisfied, or this emotion of satisfaction of some sort.
You mentioned, Mark, that it was the thought of the icing. So that as soon as you had that thought, you led yourself to the emotion of the memory that you had when you actually experienced this taste.
Yeah.
So we know this takes you immediately to that position. It's like music or food in particular. You have a particular food, whatever it is, it takes you back. It could be a birthday party, it could be an interaction with your family and friends or relatives, whatever. But sometimes there's a big emotional sort of link to a very specific moment with a certain taste. For many of us, and this could be sometimes this can be over a longer period of time, and it's a gradual overall bigger picture, and sometimes it can take you to an instant moment where you just remember that precise moment for whatever reason. The soul is, the soul of physicality loves that or enjoyed that particular moment.
Yeah, I was just trying to hold on to the emotion of the pastry, the emotion of the pizza, the emotion of the Chinese food. This is, and again, we can re-tap into these. And of course, Mr. Keshe said on the 27th going forward for 5 days, we're actually going to be allowed to join and to spend some time absorbing energies in the same way for 30 minutes. He said not longer than 30 minutes, and see how this works out. But I was just holding on to the emotion, which I was thinking this is energy in motion. The soul is learning how to feed the physicality through the energies and not with the matter state. So this is a part of it. So we'll see how we do. You'll still have to eat something. It'll wear off, and he said we need about a week to settle down, but then we're going to go back to it every day for 5 days.
Mark, I noticed that. So I went in. I didn't eat too much last night, and then for me it was in the 12 o'clock CET time. So, and I didn't eat anything in the morning. I just had some tea, and so I went in sort of a feeling of hunger. But I did this deliberately because I didn't want to, I wanted to see. And then when I came out after an experience, I felt hungry. So I went and I did eat something.
Sure.
And I was very thirsty. When I did get the sensation of, when we talked about the waters and everything, I did have that feeling of a lot of saliva in my mouth and being thirsty. And I was extremely thirsty after the session. I needed to drink quite a lot of water afterwards. So I did have that sensation as well.
Oh yeah, my mouth was salivating after about 30 or 40 minutes in the meeting. It's almost like, I mean, extra salivating. Mr. Keshe said that he put a cup of Gans water in the system. Like sometimes you'll go to sleep and you'll wake up and you'll see a spot on the pillow, and your mouth must have had a lot of or whatever saliva there, and it drips out. I don't know if anyone else has ever experienced that. I have. And but the mouth kept salivating for even after when people were giving their testimonials. I mean, it was highly unusual for that much. It's almost like sometimes you'll give a dog a treat, or not with cats, but dogs, or you can see them start to drool, or when you think of your favorite food or something, you get that salivating in your mouth. Well, this went on for the whole time of the meeting. After the first 40 minutes or so, I don't know exactly when it started, but I said, gee, why is my mouth so wet? I don't understand. Where did all this come from? I did have a cup of tea earlier. I got up a couple hours early, made a cup of tea. That's all I had. Yesterday, I had a small cheeseburger and a large cheeseburger and some fig bars. That's about all I had yesterday. And but this salivating was definitely noticeable.
I think that we know this, as soon as anybody speaks about food, you instantly think about food, and it's that connection. So the moment it's so you imagine on the soul of physicality and the physical, if someone speaks something and you directly connect to it straight away, and it makes you think. So you have the space gap, then you have the direct point of reference. So you're directed to it by the words, and then the mind connects to it and the thought, and it directs you directly to that specific moment and what it is in an instant. Exactly what the systems are doing. So they are, you can receive the energy of it in a fraction of a millisecond. Because as soon as the intention and you receive that energy flow, that field strength, you're going to receive the energies, that 20%. You're going to receive that spectrum of energies that you've just thought of, and then by thinking it and speaking the words, or even just thinking it, then the body goes, yeah, I would love to have that energy. And so in a split second, you're there and you receive the emotional release of the energy. And I'd imagine this is maybe how the systems are working, and they're actually physically giving us the field strength of this, the GANs, the energy of it, through the energy transfers, which is the transmutation again. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, they had made all these Ganses, right? The lentils and everything else was not in the matter state. It was in the Gans state, and other things that were in the Gans state too that we're not aware of, he said. Other items, but everything that they put into the system was in the Gans state, and this is how they transferred the fields, as I understand it.
In thinking about them, all food is in a lot of food, well, if not all, is in a Gans state as such. If it's a live animal or a plant or something, our vertical friends, then it's in a Gans state, and then we have it, we touch it and feel it and put it into our mouth. But the moment, as we know, we put it into our mouths, it becomes plasma. So it goes, so the actual matter state ingredient of food is actually, we're anchored to it and we enjoy it, but it's not in the actual matter state for very long.
Right. The matter state is a plasma condition, but a very weak plasma condition.
Yeah.
And then we turn it into a Gans. We open up its atomic structure, don't we?
We do, yeah. As soon as you put it into ourselves, yeah.
In the vacuum condition and everything else, it starts to get torn apart and open up.
So we're taking apart the reality of everything very quickly.
So this will be the transfer of the energy for your lighting as well. Transcend knowledge. I think this all can happen, and then we can then redirect that in our area. I think, as he said, you start putting these systems in different houses, and again, it's up to us to install these systems. Maybe the limitation is us, but there probably won't need to be that many systems to be put out there. But again, I don't know.
One question I would have, Mark,
yes,
I could give to yourself or to Alex would be that it's spoken that Mr. Keshe said once you turn, let's say we have the lights, the plasma light, once you turn it on, it's on. Once it's on, and it doesn't go off again. So how does that, how will that affect the physical body if this light is continuously on?
Right, I do sleep with lights on. So I'm quite used to it. But if it happened to my neighbor and he realized that it was coming from my place, he can't turn any of his lights off anymore. He might not be too happy, at least first. But I'll tell him, at least, they're on all the time, but you don't have to pay the bill.
Yeah, it's interesting situation that so once you initiate the plasma and it becomes on, it's literally turned on, then it's present, and so it begs the question of how we will interact with this in a matter state condition.
He said he never believed in all these transmission lines, all these copper wires going here and there. He said that that was the worst part of his nuclear training, Mr. Keshe said. As a control engineer, they had to go through all this substation and wiring and transformers, and he said, I never believed in it. So now, yeah.
So will it be just white space everywhere? Will it just be yeah, just light?
We may be able to control them again with our emotions, as he said. But if you tap into the energies of the universe, I know he said that with the gas unit in your heating, or he said you could let the heater run, or because it's not a limited resource. It's endless. So it doesn't matter if you're not wasting anything. And actually, you're probably doing some good with this plasmatic gas. I guess you could just let it run. And then it'll seep out into your area in the neighborhood. I don't know. But he did say that that gas was going to be used for this micro plasma reactor, which they want to put it into this tabletop unit. But he also said you could tap into it for cooking, or perhaps to run a propane car, or one of the cars that run on gas or something. That'll be miniaturized for the batteries as well. It's just phenomenal. Just amazing what a lot of knowledge and a little bit of technology, how it can change the thing, the whole structure.
So is this transfer of energy, like Mr. Keshe said, that Tesla started to do this, didn't he? Where he actually had, he was running a car in New York or something, and the transfer was somewhere else.
He said twice in the last workshop, we're bringing you what Tesla brought you. But it's
much more advanced.
Yes, yeah, with the soul and the transmutation and the communication and the rest of it, the wellness. But yes, Dean, go ahead, please.
So if after what you've just said, Mark, if we are controlling it with our thoughts, then in answer to my own question, then is it on only when I require it? So when I in my thoughts, I redirect myself somewhere else, is that light still on, or is it in another position for somebody else?
Oh, go ahead. Did someone else want to come in? He said we'd learn how to generate the energies from within ourselves and then release it into the environment down the road. I'm sure it's not tomorrow, but this is what these systems are leading to, that will produce the energies within ourselves and release it into the environment we're in, so we can have a light anywhere eventually. Right now, it'll be limited to the tabletop in your particular location. But again, the energy is the crumb part of the matter, it seems to me.
So maybe, Mark, this would be a wonderful way to give it to the world leaders, would be to have it so that whatever it is that they need in the emotion to satisfy their hunger would be to give it to them in this light that they, with their thoughts, they control and they see in their spectrum that they need. And then the moment that others are present, then they receive what they need. So the world leaders are really, they just control themselves.
And wouldn't they be great assets for the foundation, for their nations, to explain how they really found the error in their ways or the flaw in their thinking, and they've come around to realize, and wow, all the people that voted for them over the years and this and that, and maybe they're not perfect, no one is, but they'd be a tremendous asset to the Keshe Foundation as they come on board. I mean, you talk about Xi Jinping, over 1.5 billion people, or Modi in India, another 1.8 billion people. Not all of them will listen at first, of course, but over time, I think they'll really see a change in the world leader and the policies of their country, perhaps, and they can start to see the love and care and say, this is not an act, something has happened to this person.
And can you imagine, Mark, when they
Yes.
enlighten enough to understand
Yes.
that they tap into the souls of those souls they're responsible for,
Mm.
and those souls will then feed them energy, and it will be a totally different, transparent way of communicating with your own nations, with the people you're responsible
Sure.
for. As you elevate, then instead of taking, you're going to be receiving. And if they have, or as we know, they have a soul, which is not the soul of physicality, but the soul which is eternal, then this energy transfer of the souls they're responsible and interacting with, then they will receive the energy of this for a very long time, instead of it being a taking situation. Maybe if they come to understand this, that they would very quickly change their ethos and their thoughts.
Right, and many of them have medical issues. There's
Mhm.
many imbalances in the world leaders and their families as well. As Mr. Keshe said, when he meets with them, the first thing they ask is, do you have anything for my illness? So they would be quite interested in this technology. They are quite interested in it, but I think the physicality is sort of blocking them. So as we elevate or enlighten the soul, it will bring the soul of physicality along with it. You know, they'll probably be saying to the, you know, what about all this wealth that I've acquired, and I have billions and billions, and I have all this power, and it's very important to me. But that whole position can be turned around, I believe.
Yeah, they just need to speak with Mr. Keshe for half an hour. I'm sure they would change the position. Mm.
So,
thank you, Mark. Thank you for the conversation. I
yes,
was
thank you,
let
Dean.
somebody else come in now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks for filling the gap, space gap.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm going to take this opportunity to thank everyone for allowing me to present today on this historic day here in February. So we'll look forward to your class next week, and I'll sign off today and with gratitude.
Okay, is anyone else want to say a peep or two? And that's fine. Okay, I am going to play the Keshe coin and Marius's interpretation, or what he did for the first landing on the moon. But of course, this is the flight system, the physical flight system that we could look at it. You could also look at it as the soul if you remove the physicality, as many times Mr. Keshe does in his drawings, where he'll draw something and then he'll remove other parts and we get to see something else. And then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. The Keshe coin video is only, I'm going to play that about a minute, and the other one's just around a minute too. And then the final disclaimer. Let's give another opportunity if anyone wanted to voice anything, any thoughts, something you'd like to share, a comment, an experience.
Yes, Mark. Diane had a comment in the chat there.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that, and I did hear Mr. Keshe say we were waiting for about 13 or 14 other people to come in. I don't know if they came in. I didn't see the attendees
Diane
list
didn't.
rise. 14 more, but again, I don't know what the perhaps she'll have another opportunity. I would think so. Because of the circumstances with the computer and the new phone and so on and so forth, and how important that ticket was, let's say.
Well, the thing is that she doesn't need the computer. It's all done on the cell phone. And the thing is that she still has her ticket. So I don't see why she wouldn't be able to
Right.
use it. So
Yeah, I
that'll
didn't hear
be-
anything about non-refundable like the airlines or something. If you don't use it by a certain date,
Oh no, these flights are non-refundable. This
Yeah,
is true.
I understand that. Yeah.
But Diane, we're having sessions on the 27th for the whole week.
what? Oh, okay.
So they'll send me a notice about that, like on customer service, like they did for last night, which I got.
Yes. You can inquire, but I mean, let's put it this way: it's European time, 4 to 7, Monday
Yes,
to Friday,
correct.
and it's
The
half-
same number, the same number. And that happened to me too, Diane. It was one of the meetings I went into, and I checked the phone the night before, everything was fine. I go in there before the meeting, and all of a sudden it says I require an update. And then I did something wrong and it wouldn't update. And about 4 minutes before the session started, finally it went through. I think Ella helped me on that, but I was like, I can't believe this, I thought I might miss the session.
Yeah, well, I'm not used to a cell phone, so
No question.
So
The Keshe Foundation is very accommodating, as we all know. So
yeah.
don't lose
I'll
any
get a hold of
sleep.
them.
Don't lose any sleep over it.
Well, I was upset, but I know there was
I
other
know.
things. So thank you guys for
No problem.
answering.
Diane, it's Dean here. Just so you know that I had exactly the same problem today, right up until the last moment, literally.
Unbelievable.
All sorts of things happened with my connections and the internet and all sorts of things. And so it wasn't until the exact last precise moment that I literally entered the room. And so this is the position of being present with the foundation. And if it's meant to be, the door will open, even if it's the last moment, it will open.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Plus, Alex said he probably would cover anyone who wasn't. Didn't you say that in the disclaimer, Alex? You'd cover anyone who missed the flight?
no, you were talking about one of the resident billionaires that we have.
Right. So very good. It can only get better. Best place to be in and around the Keshe Foundation. Even if you don't think you understand it, you understand more than you think you understand, I would say. We may not be able to manifest it in the physicality, but the soul is all aware of these things. And again, it's our soul who's brought us here. It's not the physicality. And that is a hard concept to tell someone, since most people haven't found the soul yet, but it's there and it's working all the time. And the souls are in communication with each other, and they're working together in the background. We don't see it in the physical dimension, but they're working to bring about this change. The physicality is more or less an afterthought, as they say.
Mark, and can I just quickly say that's constant, as you just said, that's 24/7. That is, the souls are very, very aware, and they do communicate constantly. And when you start to really tap into this, you will experience this yourselves. Anybody listening who has not been part of it, but it's just starting to come in, you will gradually find that you will tap in and understand that every interaction you have is direct correspondence with all the souls that are present, and then you start tying up all your understandings on every interaction you have in your daily life. You'll start to see that when you go to meet other people in other situations, they already will be speaking or do something that is directly related to something that you've thought of, or that you would want to have, you have a desire for, or you have a need for. And these interactions build and build and build until you suddenly realize that it's all the same thing. And whatever you need is provided. And as Mr. Keshe would say, ask and you shall be given. And once you tap into this universal knowledge, then it really is this. And if it's in a position where you need it, it's there for you. And so this is where you don't need to take, you don't need billions. If everything is given to you at the point of need, then why do you need billions of dollars or whatever you want to call it? You don't need that. Mr. Keshe could be the richest man on earth. And he doesn't choose to be, he chooses to share and give, because he knows the knock-on effect further on down the line in the reality of a soul aspect. The billions mean nothing. As Mr. Keshe was saying, the wealth is within.
The knowledge is not in the pocket. It's in the wealth is not in the pocket. It's in the knowledge of the universe, right? Isn't that one of his expressions? Now, Dean or Alex, doesn't the soul have a personality, would you think, or are they all margarita pizzas? Are they all just plain energy? Would you think the soul has some sort of personality to it? Anyone?
Yeah, we're all different flavors.
Yeah, definitely.
Spice of life.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all the plants. Look at all the animals. Look at all the people.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, Alex and Mark. 100%. We all have this physical interaction in our environment that gives us our experiences and our emotions, and it gives us our characteristics and our individuality. And however, the soul and the soul of humanity, the soul of the planet, the soul, is let's say the soul of the universe. We're part of that structure. So then we become the one soul. We're one soul of the creator. So we're all elements of the soul. So we have an individual sparkle, a ray, but the cosmic ray of all of us is the same.
Good. Just showing a picture of the store here in case anyone comes and listens to this for the first time. You can go to the Keshe store and you can find many of the things, the compact plasma unit, the headphones that accompany it, gas units, and many other marvelous portraits of things. Here's the home enhancement power unit, which is a little bit different. But again, they're all, here's the product for the knee, which Mr. Keshe says he's made with his own hands. No one else could make that. That's probably a very, very valuable thing to have, not possess, but if you don't need it, you could share it with the others. But again, this is something he's made with his own hand. I don't think anyone understands it. I see Joseph has come back in. He did have his mic open. Joseph, is there something you wanted to share? Or you just came back to say goodbye? No. Let's see, did you come back in? Yes.
You couldn't hear me right now. Yes, I wanted to share something, but I have lost the topic I wanted to share.
No problem.
Because I could not open my mic, then my mic opened later, then I could not go out of the meeting. I had to restart my system, my very old system, I have to say, but now I'm back in, but I have to, maybe it comes later again.
Yeah,
thank you.
No problem. It happens to me too. Sometimes I'm thinking about something and I'm listening to someone else, and then I said, gee, I just lost that thought somewhere. I guess it landed in the space gap or something. So no problem. But anyway, the Keshe Foundation store is where you can see the latest technology offered to the citizens of this planet. And again, the universal community is quite aware of what's going on this planet. Actually, they're quite envious, or a little bit envious in a way, of man being able to move in the dimension of energy. And many beings in the universe do this already. But the ones in the UFOs, and apparently there's many of them, have been still trying to figure this out over millions or billions of years. And it's really a gift from the Creator as I see it. but we're just, again, realizing our own capabilities, our own beauty and grace, which Mr. Keshe continually emphasizes. So that's the store. We'll play Marius's, we'll play the Keshe coin first, and then we'll go to Marius. I'll play the final disclaimer. The meeting will end. Thank all the souls for being here today. We're all, Jefferson, did you want to say something? I saw your mic come open.
Hi, Mark.
Yes.
Oh, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Alex. Thank you for the teaching again. Must see it again. I'd like to just say a few words about today. It's the third time, that we have made these specific meetings. And the very powerful thing is the connection between all of the knowledge seekers or not, or participating. It's amazing that we can feel the presence and the energies from everyone. And interesting this time, a little bit different from the others, that we gave specific food from our countries, and we taste in the mind or in our conscience maybe different taste. In fact, the only taste that I felt was those tastes of things that I know, like banana, rice, beans. I could taste of them, and the pizza, because they are known tastes. But I felt energy of a different taste as well. And I think it was very interesting, because if you are dealing with the field energies from the system and from each one of us sharing at the same time, just like a big table where we all were together in trying to understand and or how to use this to help ourselves and others in the many situations. And it is very interesting because in a point of time, my mouth, as many people, you said as well, Mark, it started to salivate so much. So much. I said, oh, it's interesting because it's a point of emotion. It's not exactly something, but it's a point of emotion. If I will make a test one day that I feel very thirsty or hungry, and just to go to that point, to that feeling, that I believe the mouth is going to salivate, so you can use that to feed yourself or ourselves. Because I was just taking a look in the saliva composition and the internet. It's 99% water, but the 1% remaining, it's a lot of minerals, a lot of ionization of different elements that we really need. So I think it's the energy from that was emitted from the units.
No question.
They came, I think they came in this accelerate in such a way in the field strength that we were, that we could feel it touched our glands, salivary glands. In this way, it can touch any glands, I believe, in our body. So we can understand that we can do it by our own, how to increase the work of those glands inside our body and others' body to help. Yeah, I think it was very, very, very nice experience, but the results we're gonna understand in the next 2 weeks if you follow the.
So you said water, the saliva is 99% pure H2O.
Yes, that's in the. Let me see here again in the. Wikipedia, saliva. Yes, 99% of water plus electrolytes, mucus, white blood cells, epithelial cells, from which DNA can be extracted, enzymes such as lipase, amylase, antimicrobial agents such as secretory IgA and lysozymes, between others. So I think it's interesting because the saliva, if we have it available, you can create it through the point of immersion. You can have this as a surplus in this 20% that we need just to start the game.
So
And
if we could do this, can you imagine that you could never have to take another glass of tap water again with all the things that are in the tap water? We could do this and you'd never have to drink another glass of water from the tap again?
yes, I think we can learn how to do this, practicing. I believe so. The next time that I'm thirsty, I will just try to remember or try to be in the point of emotion that I was with those images or the fields that I was feeling at that point, because of the quantity of saliva was amazing.
Exactly. It was more than I ever experienced and more for a longer time.
Yes, the same to me. I never had such a salivation. Sometimes if you think something that just like you close your eyes and you imagine cutting a lemon in the middle, normally we feel just a small quantity of saliva, but today was, at that point it started, it didn't stop. After finished the meeting, I was still salivating. I said, oh, that's beautiful.
Many people reported the same. Yes.
Yes, you could feel maybe through this salivation, you could feel the energy of everything that everyone took to serve to each other and to interconnect. That I think it's so beautiful experience, because we go just like in this teaching that we are connected, but there we were in the like a mission. And in the one thing that I'd like to ask, I don't know if you all were present at the time. In the beginning, 20 minutes before starting the program, we had a teaching from Mr. Keshe talking about nitrogen and vertical people, very slow, and the salt, the connection with the nitrogen. Do you remember this, Mark?
No, I must have joined after. You mean today?
Yes, today, but
no, I joined after that happened.
Yes, 25 minutes before starting. We started I just joined the meeting at 11:31. And after 5 minutes, everyone was trying to test. Then came a teaching from Mr. Keshe with his voice, talking about some vertical people and the nitrogen connection with the salt. I think is the food for the vertical people, so they could join there. I don't know. I thought, oh, this teaching is amazing. It should be very, very interesting. But
right.
one time,
yeah. And just because you didn't taste anything or you didn't salivate, Mr. Keshe is working in the background, I think, testing certain things. Everyone seemed to have a unique experience. So just because I didn't actually taste the pizza, that doesn't mean I fell short of anything, because he may be doing something in the background that allows certain people to experience certain things at a certain point and see what their response to it is, and other people not to see what their response to it is. Or do they just copy what the others say?
Yes, Mark. I believe that everyone have an individual feeling in the emotions and the positioning. But during the next weeks, I think we should try, as he asked us, try and write down, see if you can change it. Maybe the time that we normally eat, and the body's kind of accustomed in that time to eat, so we can change the time to see if it, there is a kind of testing coming on. Huh? That probably next 2 weeks we're gonna have it better, and the energy will be available for us to go and to interact with this energy in the next week to come, I think. And so that's what I'd like to share and say thank you all for amazing.
Thank
to
you
be
for-
together in this
Thank you.
journey, huh?
Yes, thank you for bringing the change. And of course, he only put one glass of water, as I understand it, in the system. Now there were 130 people in there. I don't know how many reported extreme salivating. He said, we know you'll need water. And so that's why we put the glass of water. But now we can start to comprehend how one system, one glass of water, can actually satisfy the entire city, the entire state, the entire nation, the entire planet, and the entire universe, if water is what they would like to have. One glass of water with 130 odd people in a meeting. The water didn't go down. It was just transferred the fields of it. Beautiful. This is the Keshe coin, which you can find again on the website. And then we'll play Marius's June 6th flight 22 flight to the moon, which again can be interpreted as a matter state, or if you just visualize this as the soul traveling. But I think man will build the physical UFO over time, and the cooperation, collaborations among the nation states will be needed for flight. As I said, one will have the fuel, one will have the shell, one will have the shielding, one will have the something else, and they'll all have to work together, as Mr. Keshe said, and leave their national flags outside of the scientific meeting, where we all become this one nation. So thank you all again for joining. Have a wonderful day. Many things coming up this week. I think we all know what they are, but we have the One Planet, One Nation on Tuesday, Reactor Group on Wednesday, another Knowledge Seekers workshop on Thursday, many language community meetings in between, and the Brazilian meeting, which we all like to attend on Friday, Plasma Connection on Saturday. So the whole schedule is getting filled up, and it'll continue to fill up more and more to the point where we're all part in the structure most of the time. As I said, there's no better place to be, as I understand it, in and around, from my own point of view, in and around the Keshe Foundation, and with other knowledge seekers who have a like-mindedness and have a desire to seek knowledge. And that's the beauty of it. And this is what will bring us all together under this knowledge. The same with the Unicos. This is what's going to unify the Unicos in the same way. So thank you all again.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.